Members of Darlington Borough Council, ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is now being live streamed. Please receive the Worshipful, the Mayor of Darlington, Councillor Chris McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Swinhoe. Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year to those that I have not met or spoken with. Welcome to this ordinary meeting of the Council. Before we start this evening, I'd like to invite John Bauer from the Methodist congregation and a member of my chaplaincy team to say a few words. John.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. My thanks to the Mayor for the invitation to share some thoughts as you begin your meeting tonight. In the present climate in which we all find ourselves, one of the things that has been highlighted has been the importance relationships play in people's lives. Our relationships in our families especially, and in friendships and colleagueship, and also in society as a whole, so very important. Our minds and our whole lives have been focused over the months to what really matters, and life itself and good relationships within life have been given a high profile in people's minds and in their hearts. I'm presently reading a book entitled Words That Circle the World. One chapter relates to the fated voyage of the Titanic. The importance of life is brought home through the account of one surviving passenger, a chemist from Toronto, Major Arthur Pochant. As he made his move to leave the sinking ship, he had to decide what to take with him. He looked at his tin box containing $300,000 in bonds. He chose to leave the box behind and took instead, as he stepped out onto the freezing deck, 3 oranges. Everything at that moment in time was put in perspective, and life itself was what mattered. Mutual respect and recognition that we give to others is really of value. We need to show their value and their worth, and that makes for a strong society. It follows that cooperation is needed in reaching common goals that will benefit society and people's lives and well-being. Those in positions of leadership have a great calling and a vital role to play. There's a great privilege in serving others, as I have discovered, and also a responsibility that goes alongside it. As you continue with your meeting tonight, I wish you all well in your planning and for all that it will bring in the future in the service of the people in Darlington. Have a good meeting.
Thank you, John. You're welcome to stay. Hopefully it won't be as long as previous meetings. And just colleagues, just to say, not only is John a member of the chaplaincy team and a Methodist minister retired, he's also a superb artist as well. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Colleagues, I'm confident that I don't need to speak to you at length regarding virtual meeting protocols. Just a quick reminder, microphones should be remaining on mute at all times during the meeting unless you're invited to speak, at which point you should unmute your microphone and address the meeting, subsequently remembering to place your microphone back on mute once you have finished speaking. Additionally, try not to share your screen as well. If you do wish to speak, you should indicate this by using the raise hand function on the menu control bar. I'm sure we're all versed with that, well versed indeed. I'm being supported by Democratic Services staff who will help me keep track of who is wanting to speak. It may take a little time to relay any messages, so I do ask for your patience and understanding if I don't respond immediately. Once you've spoken, please can I ask that you lower your virtual hand once again. I think we're all well versed in that, but it's always useful to remind colleagues. I'm very conscious that recent meetings have been quite lengthy, and therefore if we reach 4 hours, I will ask Council how it wishes to proceed in respect of those items which remain. There will be an option to continue or to adjourn to the following meeting, 2 weeks approximately hence. I would add that if we were in mid-item at 10 PM, I will not adjourn until we've concluded that item. I would also, colleagues, encourage all members to reflect on their individual contributions during the debate and ask themselves whether they feel their comments add value to the discussion. And as we've all discussed electronically, if there are points of information, I would ask that you email relevant officers or members of the executive to obtain this information if possible, particularly during virtual meetings, which we know go on more than face-to-face meetings. Item number 1 is attendance at the meeting. We undertook a roll call as members joined the meeting just before we began, and I can confirm that we have, and I'll look to colleagues, we have 48 members present, and we've got apologies from Councillor Baldwin and Howell. Members who have not joined the meeting or given apologies will be recorded as absent. Councillor Tate has just indicated he wasn't included in the roll call, but he is here. But I think we've marked you as being present, Councillor Tate. Item number 2 is the minutes of the meeting of the council, a copy of which has been previously circulated. Are there any corrections to the previously circulated minutes? No. I move that the minutes of the meeting of the council held on 26th of November 2020 are a correct record and that the common seal be affixed thereto. Do I have a seconder?
Seconded.
Seconded.
Thank you. Please, can I see all those in favour indicate by raising their virtual hand? We have a majority that is carried. If you wait for a moment while I sign. Item number 3 is declarations of interest. Do any members wish to declare an interest? Councillor Lister?
Sorry, my hand's gone weird, so I don't have any interest.
Okay, move on. Any further declarations of interest? No. Moving on. Item number 4 is order of sealing. I move that the register of documents which have been sealed since the last meeting of council be signed by myself. Do I have a seconder?
Seconded.
Thank you. Please can I see all those in favour by raising their virtual hands? We have a majority, colleagues, that is agreed. Thank you. Colleagues, moving on to item number 5, it's announcements, and I have 4 announcements to make this evening. Firstly, colleagues, it is with great sadness that I must inform members of the recent death in service of Stephen Taylor. Stephen, who passed away on the 8th of January 2021. Stephen was 57 years old and joined the council on the 11th of March 2019 as a cleaner in the Dolphin Centre. Stephen was a well-respected member of the team and will be greatly missed. A letter has been sent to Stephen's family conveying the council's sympathy, and Human Resources are ensuring that his family receive the appropriate advice and support. May I ask members to please join with me and observe a short silence in respect of our former colleague. Thank you, members. Thank you, colleagues. Secondly, yesterday was Holocaust Memorial Day, and it marked the 76th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz and Birkenau. Due to the current circumstances, clearly the current ceremony was a virtual event with the theme of Be the Light in the Darkness. I myself attended the virtual national event yesterday evening. Households up and down the country lit candles at 8 o'clock to remember those who were murdered for who they were, as to make a stand against prejudice and hatred today. Thirdly, members may be aware that an award was conferred on an individual who works in Darlington in the Queen's New Year Honours, Stuart Errington, Chief Fire Officer of County Durham and Darlington Fire and Rescue Service. He was awarded the Queen's Fire Service Medal. I move that the congratulations of the Council be conveyed to Mr Errington for the receipt of his award. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Seconded.
Thank you. All those in favour? That is carried, colleagues. Finally, I would like to welcome and congratulate James Stroyan, who is attending the meeting this evening. James has been acting as an interim director of children and adults services since Suzanne Joyner left the authority last year. However, James has now been permanently appointed to the role of director of children and adult services. Congratulations, James. Item number 6 is questions with notice from the public, and there are 9 questions for consideration this evening. The first question has been submitted to David Clark and is addressed to Councillor Keir. As Mr Clark is unable to attend the meeting, I shall ask a question on his behalf and invite Councillor Keir to respond accordingly. Mr Clark's question reads as follows. At the last Cabinet meeting, Councillor Keir stated on record that the public would get to have their say regarding losing part of Springfield Park to a roundabout when it comes to planning stage. Also, it was stated in the same Cabinet meeting the bottom part of the park is not being used when in fact this is incorrect. There is a large horse chestnut conker tree that lots of local children collect conkers from each year. This tree is to be removed to make way for the larger roundabout, along with other mature trees. In a DBC Freedom of Information request reference DBC 1102-18, it was stated to me that planning permission would not be required, as I quote, These works would not require planning permission, being works on or adjacent to a highway for the improvements of the highway. So, will there be a planning application to allow the local community to have their say about losing part of the bottom part of our community parkland to road development, when we were pledged there would be a guarantee that Springfield Park was safe and untouched from planning road developments? Or do we get no say whatsoever about losing a bottom section of our park, including some mature trees? I would now like to invite Councillor Keir to respond. Councillor Keir.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Mr Clark, for his question.
The highway improvements can be considered to be permitted in developments in certain instances or certain circumstances. However, as I stated at the Cabinet meeting, this work will be subject to planning application, and that will be subject to the normal public consultation where relevant material is considered. I do object slightly to the word that we're going to lose the bottom part of the park. I think the amount of park usage is still undetermined. There are no detailed plans as yet. I think it will encroach slightly in there, and those plans, when they're completed, will be made available to the public. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. The second question has been submitted by Alan McNabb and is addressed to Councillor Marshall. Question reads as follows. The draft local plan, June 2018, envisaged that the access road from Skirningham be located on the eastern side of Springfield Park. The ruling group ruled out Springfield Park as an access road, and this was confirmed by the council in February last year when the local plan was approved. Councillor Marshall reiterated at Cabinet on the 12th of January that the suitability of access roads to Skirningham will only be considered when a planning application for the development is received and examined. The Borough Council, the Tees Valley Combined Authority and the developer jointly made a bid for a garden village status for Skirningham, which was successful. With such a large development and working with the Tees Valley Combined Authority and the developer, the access road surely would have been included in the joint plans for the garden village, even if Springfield Park was ruled out as an access road. Why is it that the developers are being left to identify the access roads in a planning application because it is a joint project? And why will you not release to the residents in the area the plans for the access roads and the traffic impact assessment for these roads? Secondly, the Garden Village plans propose that Darlington Golf Club be moved to Skirningham Community Wood and for the trees in the wood to be felled to create the golf course. Are you aware that there are people buried in the wood? Isn't it extremely cruel and grossly insensitive for the graves to be disturbed? Will you please stop this gross insensitivity? And if you will not do so, why? Councillor Marshall will respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. McNabb, for your questions, which I'll respond to the first part. The council has made assumptions on access points for modelling purposes based on the strategic master planning of this area. These assumptions were shown at the public information events when considering the Springfield Park access road. As explained previously, if the local plan is adopted, it is for developers to put forward how they would propose to bring forward the housing and access points, providing the appropriate level of detail for it to be assessed through the planning process. Furthermore, the inspector will independently assess all information as part of the local plan examination process. And with regard to the second part of Mr. McNabb's question, we don't know the layout of the proposed course yet, and so this is difficult and premature to answer. But obviously, if there are bodies buried in this area, and I wasn't aware of any, we would need to consider this matter very sensitively indeed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Third question has been submitted by Rachel Reid and is addressed to Councillor Johnson. Ms. Reid asks, what is Darlington Council's position on holding elections in May 2021, given the need to balance democracy with minimising the transmission of COVID-19? The government has published a letter saying elections are planned to go ahead, but are being kept under review, while a report has been published by the LGIU, Local Government Information Unit, saying that most senior council officials favour a postponement. Whether elections are held in May or later, what is Darlington Council's position on campaigning by candidates? The government letter says door-to-door campaigning and leafleting by candidates is not allowed. What measures would the council be in favour of to ensure the public has necessary information to make an informed choice? I would now like to invite Councillor Johnson to respond. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Ms. Reid, and thank you for your question. The first part of your question, what is the council position on holding elections in May 2021? The council position is it is legally required to proceed with the elections, which are scheduled for May. Our democratic services and the election team are working hard to deliver an election in May, with measures in place to ensure as far as possible people can participate in compliance with whatever regulations and guidance applies at the time. The second part of your question is in respect of campaigning. Political campaigning is not a matter for the council, but a matter for political parties and members. It is important political parties and everyone involved in campaigning to fully take account of the pandemic and follow the regulations and guidance. I received this month the current instructions from a political party in respect of campaigning, which prohibits hand deliveries and door-to-door canvassing. However, emails, telephoning, social media and mail delivery are considered acceptable. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. The fourth question has been submitted by the Winfield Residents Association, and is addressed to Councillor Marshall. The association asks, in the Cabinet meeting of 12th of January 2021, Councillor Marshall suggests that if a deed of dedication would be pursued for Springfield Park, then should there be some sort of strong desire for community development which would benefit the residents, then the council would not be able to consider the community use because of the deed of dedication. Firstly, the WRA would like to ask Councillor Marshall what community development which would benefit the residents does he envisage taking place, given that investment in Springfield Park has and is still considerably lacking. Indeed, we were even refused a park bench on the grounds of cost. Secondly, upon reading the deed of dedication, it would appear that no unreasonable community development that would benefit the residents would in fact be refused by the Fields in Trust should a deed of dedication be in place on Springfield Park. With this in mind, and considering the refusal of Cabinet to pursue this, why would Cabinet oppose a deed of dedication if it says that it wants to protect the parks and only develop it for the benefit of residents? Also, the local plan Skirningham Village Springfield Park Link Road update briefing highlights the impact that Skirningham Garden Village will have on the local roads within the Winfield area. Excluding the then proposed route through Springfield Park, this indicates that by 2029, there will be an increase in the volume of traffic on Barmpton Lane north of 263.8%, equating to an additional 5,437 vehicles per day. Wimbush Way will have an increase of 59.2%, equating to an additional 5,097 vehicles per day. Whilst we appreciate that highway law may dictate that there is in general no limit to the use of those highways, we would ask if council can actually envisage the impact of what an additional 5,000 plus vehicles a day will do to a community which already has busy roads. Indeed, many of our elderly residents already have difficulty crossing Barmpton Lane and Wimbush Way. Imagine what an extra 5,000 plus vehicles a day will do. Our question to Councillor Marshall and the rest of council is this. You have a report which shows the potential impact of the roads on Winfield. Hiding behind the fact that you say access is dependent on planning applications, do you really think or believe that an increase of over 5,000 vehicles a day on the routes which have been identified in this report as the key access routes at Skirningham is acceptable to the residents of Winfield or indeed sustainable? Can Councillor Marshall also confirm who owns the land between Caithness Way and Galloway? I would now like to invite Councillor Marshall to respond. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to Winfield Residents Association for their questions. In response to the first part of the question, I don't have anything specifically in mind, but it is possible that in the years ahead, residents may express a desire for some development that supports their community aspirations and assists locally. With regards to the second part of the questions, the data presented to the public showed the impact if a piece of infrastructure was not in place at 2029. Whilst traffic levels did increase on existing roads, those levels were within theoretical capacities. We have consistently said that the mitigation proposed needs to be carefully considered as detailed proposals come forward to assure mitigation is introduced at the right time. The modelling did show that once that infrastructure was in place, traffic levels reduced to today's levels on some of the roads. I will ask the officer to write to you with more detailed explanations. And with regards to the third question about the ownership of the land between Caithness Way and Galloway, I can confirm that this land is in council ownership. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. The fifth question has been submitted by Paul Harman and is addressed to Councillor Kevin Nicholson. Mr. Harman asks, what proportion of council housing stock is currently fitted with solar PV, in brackets, panels or other energy reduction measures, and how many homes will be retrofitted to higher standards of insulation and energy reduction in the next 2 years? I'd now like to invite Councillor Kevin Nicholson to respond. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd just like to make a comment about the questions that we're receiving tonight. It's really good to see the members of the public sending questions in to members to answer. It's really a positive change. But in answer to the question, it's a question that I and a lot of people ask about council properties. We've got just over 5,000 council properties in Darlington, and we often look at the roof space and think that it's an easy solution to, put solar panels on every roof that's owned by the council. It isn't quite as simple as that, and I'm going to give some detail around, that answer. But we've recently commissioned a stock modelling exercise in order to try and achieve our carbon targets by 2050. And I'll be sharing that with members and the public shortly. That will really help us in developing our capital programme, and it'll help us also attract government funding. In terms of an answer to Mr. Harman's question, we currently have 6% of our council house stock with solar panels, and less than 2% currently with heat pumps, which we do recognise, along with other social landlords, that we do need to work better and we do need to work more collaboratively across the Tees Valley in terms of being able to maximise funding and share learnings about how we can best do that. But over the next 2 years, I'm committed to providing double glazing to around 800 homes, 800 council homes, and 400 environmentally friendly composite doors to around 400 homes. In addition to that, we already have really good roof insulation, and a high standard is always achieved with those. I've got some news to share with council this evening and the public. In terms of our local authority bid, we have been successful in our local authority delivery grant 1, meaning that the housing revenue account will now have £2.5 million to spend on energy efficiency over the next few years. In terms of summary concerns around solar panels, not every council property is south-facing, so that's something that we need to be concerned about. Also, we have a lot of shared properties. There needs to be conversations around who might benefit from those solar panels, whether it's going to be the local authority directly or we're going to be investing in those properties to support residents with their energy bills. The housing revenue account has rules around what it can spend. If we are to spend a significant amount of money only putting solar panels on certain people's properties, we would be getting into a position where we're asking the most poorest people within our society to pay for the most poorest people's energy discounts, and I don't think that's right. So we do need to do some more exploring around that issue. And it's also got to be done in cooperation with tenants. We've recently surveyed our tenants, and 85% of them said that they do see energy efficiency as a priority, but not at the expense of investing in things like doors and windows. So they've been very clear about that. So hopefully that answers Mr. Harmon's questions in some way. If not, please do email me.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. If we could now move on to the sixth question, which has been submitted by Alan Doherty and is addressed to Councillor Marshall. Mr. Doherty asks, Darlington Climate Action Group welcomes the Council's decision to reinstate the cross-party climate group and hopes it will be productive in helping to achieve the goal of Darlington becoming a carbon neutral by 2050. At the council meeting of November 26, 2020, Councillor Marshall stated that the council was studying the best practice of other councils. Could you give details on what you've learnt from other leading councils regarding their climate plans and how you plan to apply them in Darlington? Can you also give more detail on what your mandatory climate staff training what your mandatory climate staff training entails? Councillor Marshall will respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Doherty, for your question. The council has committed to Darlington becoming carbon neutral by 2050. We are working on our engagement strategy policy, but there is no Darlington-wide carbon target. Most councils are facing very similar challenges, moving away from fossil fuels, increasing energy efficiency, and funding the necessary changes, for example. Of course, each authority also has to apply solutions to local circumstances, but we are using our connections with other authorities to talk about lessons learned so we can move forward from a position of prior knowledge. As an example, the adaptation actions in the action plan we are currently developing are drawn from a project with a number of local authorities across England, so we are directly accessing best practice. And our key officer, our climate change and environmental sustainability officer, has extensive experience of this and brings with her a wealth of knowledge from other local authorities as well. With regards to our mandatory staff training, the areas it covers are an understanding of climate change and the science behind it, global impacts, how it impacts on the UK and more locally, what it means for the council and for us as individuals, what the council is doing about it already, what we can do as an organisation, what we can do individually, and where we can find more information. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. The seventh question has been submitted by Judith Murray and is addressed to Councillor Marshall again. Mrs. Murray asks, several months ago, BT Openreach commenced installing fibre optic broadband along Barmpton Lane to what the BT engineer called a new housing development. Given that the only proposed new housing development anywhere near Barmpton Lane is a Skirningham development, one must assume he meant this. I'm also aware that it is now mandatory for all new building developments to have access to super fast broadband. The lines providing this connectivity run right in front of the dwellings on Barmpton Lane. However, a bypass has been installed so the residents will not be able to connect to it. So although the residents along Barmpton Lane have BT lines, they are unable to access this super fast fibre broadband along the BT network. And when you consider currently the residents' download speed of around 2 megabytes, when the national average is around 47 megabytes, this is unacceptable. Why is decent broadband still so much of a lottery? The general misconception that it is just an urban-rural problem is purely a myth. This case has highlighted the lack of BT connectivity to Barmpton Lane, a residential street, but I suspect this is a problem in many other parts of our town too, where residents are quite frankly being left behind. This digital divide surely should not exist in 2021. To know that fibre broadband via the BT network is bypassing my property and numerous others, and is to be installed in a new housing development next door appears grossly unfair. I would therefore like to know when the council is going to take action to ensure that all of its residents, not just those in new build houses, have access to broadband connectivity, which is at least around the national average, so that each and every one of us can enjoy the benefits that super fibre broadband has to offer. Deja vu this. I would like now to invite Councillor Marshall to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Judith for her question. We empathise with Judith with what she says. We're as frustrated as she is in respect to superfast broadband, and the situation she finds herself is not unique throughout Darlington, which is, I think she says that in her question. We recognise some areas have challenges, urban and rural, and I, along with Councillor Keir and officers, continue to press BT and other providers. As new funding schemes emerge and as new solutions come forward, we will continue to press the case for more investment in Darlington. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. I could write a book on broadband, but that's for another day. The 8th question has been submitted by Kate Mamalotti and is addressed to Councillor Marshall. Ms. Mamalotti asks, firstly, I'm delighted that the cross-party climate group has been reinstated. I would also like to thank Councillor Marshall for his response to my question from the last meeting. I would like to ask Councillor Marshall, what are specifically the positive steps in addressing climatic and environmental issues the council has discovered from feedback from other councils so far, and does the council therefore plan to implement these measures into local policy and action, and if so, when? I'm extremely concerned about the Skirningham Woods proposal for a golf course and housing. How can council at all justify this proposal given their commitment to carbon reduction levels by 2050 when it's evident that this proposal would add to our local carbon print significantly and destroy trees, woodland and local biodiversity, which are so extremely valuable to our local community in so many ways? I would urge Council to reconsider this proposal as a matter of urgency, given that it is a flagrantly and seriously counterproductive to their climate action plan. Thank you in advance for responding to my questions of concern. Councillor Marshall, respond. Thank
you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you once again, Kate, for your questions. With regard to your first question, I can only answer that we are developing an action plan that will set out all our actions and timescales, and this will come forward shortly. With regards to the second part of your question, the local plan has been submitted to the Secretary of State and is currently under examination. The independent inspector will look at the local plan with regard to climate change as well as individual sites, and it is now in the hands of the inspector for that assessment to be carried out. We have several policies that protect biodiversity, green and blue infrastructure, and in regard to Skirningham specifically, policy H10 requires that hedgerows and trees will be retained and enhanced. The Environment Bill, currently making its way through Parliament, includes a requirement for a biodiversity gain plan. It should be noted too that we have not yet received detailed plans on the layout of a golf course, so we cannot comment on the specifics of this site. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Final question has been submitted by Roger Fitzpatrick Oderhammer and is addressed to Councillor Marshall. Mr. Fitzpatrick Oderhammer asks, and I say, agenda item 13 of the report to Cabinet states in paragraph 12 that Fields in Trust will work with the Council to provide protection that takes into account local circumstances, which will have a certain level of flexibility built into it, which allow for certain changes. This does not suggest to me that the Council will be restricted or restrained from making reasonable changes and development. Why then did Cabinet agree that an application for deed of dedication should not be pursued because it would fetter all future considerations of the use of this land in perpetuity, including otherwise reasonable changes and development? Why also was Councillor Snedker's suggestion of applying for a deed of dedication after the roundabout improvements at Thompson Street were completed not given any consideration? Given that Cabinet members have made a commitment to protect Springfield Park, presumably as a park, what reasonable changes and development does it have in mind for the park, which would mean that a deed of dedication would not be suitable? Councillor Marshall, along with other councillors, has suggested that the full impact of additional traffic from the proposed Skirningham Garden Village will not be considered until the planning applications are submitted by the developers. The council and TVC are committed to building a new link road because it will help to reduce traffic numbers along the A1150, and this has been used to demonstrate the need for the Darlington Link Road in their findings. A business case for this new road has been ongoing now for a number of years with no imminent decision forthcoming for the foreseeable future, and with a strong possibility that it may never happen. With this in mind, if this link road fails to materialise but the Garden Village gets the go-ahead, we all know from the studies the council have already undertaken that the car usage figures for both Barmpton Lane and Wimbush Way will run into the thousands by 2029. Not only this, but traffic from both of these roads would have to come out at some point to meet the A1150, a road both the council and TVCA have already acknowledged in their public reports is a road which is already congested. The council have already shown empathy and compassion to the residents directly affected by the congestion on the A1150 by saying that a link road is needed. But what will it do if the Darlington Link Road fails to materialise before 2029 and the proposed Garden Village gets a go-ahead? How will the council address this issue? Councillor Marshall, respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Roger, for your question. I'll answer it in three parts. The first part with regarding to the deed of dedication in the previous cabinet papers. I would refer to my previous answer given earlier. The previous cabinet paper sets out the position and together with the subsequent discussion outlines the salient factors. With regards to the second part of Roger's question, with regards to Springfield Park, I would refer the answer also for an answer I gave earlier on that. The third part with regards to the access roads and the link road, as explained throughout the local plan process, the Darlington Northern Link Road is not a requisite of the plan. It would provide significant benefits to Darlington and the wider region if it is delivered. However, the plan is not reliant on this, and developers will need to provide infrastructure networks that accommodate the additional traffic and promote more sustainable journeys. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Item number 6B is questions with notice from members to Cabinet and chairs. There is one question for consideration this evening, and I'd now like to invite Councillor Newell to put her question to Councillor Kevin Nicholson. Councillor Newell. Councillor Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Nicholson. The Office of National Statistics has released figures showing the location by postcode of every coronavirus reported death in the North East for the period March to November 2020, whether in hospital, care homes, at home or communal setting. Sadly, the number of deaths in Darlington was around 140. Of these, a significant number, 43, were in the Banktop area. By comparison, in Park East, there were 4, in Albert Hill and Red Hall 11, and Firthmore 4. These are all similar areas to Banktop. Why is this the case, and what explanation does the Cabinet member have for this anomaly? We know that many Banktop residents do have long-term conditions such as chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, heart conditions and poor health outcomes. But all of this can be said in other areas in the town where the deaths from coronavirus are much lower. Can the Cabinet member advise what urgent actions and interventions are being undertaken to assist and protect the vulnerable residents of Banktop, and what measures are in place to address the high number of coronavirus-related deaths in Banktop to reassure our residents?
Thank you, Councillor Newell. Councillor Nicholson will respond.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Newell. I just want to start by saying that every death to coronavirus is a tragedy. Indeed. And I want to take this opportunity to send my deepest condolences to all of the families who have been impacted by COVID-19 during this pandemic. It is a very difficult time for everybody. The question asked by Councillor Newell is exceptionally complex. The Chief Medical Officer, has released information around mortality rates and around the impacts, particularly of deprivation being a factor. And even he and the team within the government are not entirely sure why it impacts some communities more severely than others. Now, we will, as a council, have a time to reflect on the data that's been presented to us. There will be an inquiry, I guess, both nationally and locally around why some of our communities have been impacted more than others. There are, opportunities to talk about weight, ethnicity, the proximity of which people live together. But at the moment, the Chief Medical Officer himself has said that there's a lot of work to do around analysing those impacts. But I want to just give some commentary to Councillor Newell around the comparison she's given me around Banktop and Lascelles, and I'll compare them to Eastbourne simply because it is the neighbouring ward to Banktop and Lascelles, and she says that they're very similar, and they're not very similar. 1,000 more people live in Banktop than they do in Eastbourne. So when we're talking about numbers, that has a significant impact on the amount of data as a raw data point. And what I want to say to members is, we are talking here about individual people's lives, and sometimes when we talk about data in the way I'm talking about data, it can miss the point that we are actually in fact talking about people's lives. So I want to emphasise that these are individuals that perhaps we'll be talking about, or I'll be sharing with you in this response. Banktop and Lascelles is very densely populated than Eastbourne is, and Banktop and Lascelles have 200 more over 65-year-olds living within the ward. They have 250 single-person households more than Eastbourne has, which if people are forming bubbles, there's more opportunity for people to be contacted and moving around with different people. And Banktop and Lascelles have double the number of respiratory illnesses than they do in Eastbourne, and double the number of people searching for work. So all of these things are things which the government have loosely said could be a factor in people contracting COVID-19 and subsequently tragically dying. But one of the most important things for Councillor Newell to be aware of, and I'm sure as somebody who's represented the area for a significant amount of time will be aware, that the ward holds 6 nursing homes, which nursing homes, in terms of capacity, our bed capacity for nursing homes, 25% of that capacity comes from Banktop and Lascelles. So if we relate that to Firth Moor, for example, who has 1 nursing home, that would be 6 times more if we look at the the deaths in those nursing homes had we had the same footprint that Banktop and Lascelles have. It's not an excuse, and it's certainly not a justification for the numbers which she's rightly raised with me. But it's when we talk about these numbers, it's really important to understand the base in which we're coming from. Park East, she mentions, that has no care homes, and Redall and Lingfield have 1 care home. So they are relatively different in terms of those. But what I want to assure Councillor Newell is that the Darlington Outbreak Control Plan includes a multi-agency response group, which is chaired by the Director of Public Health, who meet every week and give me an update every week about certain outbreaks in the borough. And the group has representation from public health, commissioning, infection prevention, infection control, public health, primary care network, and the environmental health teams. And this group regularly monitor any outbreaks that occur across the whole of Darlington. They provide enhanced support and support all of our care homes who experience an outbreak, including helping them with infection control, cleaning, additional PPE, staffing advice, and also managing the outbreak in terms of it coming to its conclusion. The group also learns lessons around what went wrong with certain outbreaks, and it ensures that the wider sector can learn best practice in terms of care home settings to reduce the potential for any other outbreaks. In terms of actions that I and Darlington Borough Council have undertaken, we offer support daily to all of our care homes. I personally wrote to every care home and asked them directly if they had problems to come to me. We were one of the first local authorities that issued guidance ahead of all of the local authorities to stop visitation into care homes when we identified the picture in terms of the virus had changed. I personally, along with Cabinet colleagues, fought with the government to get community testing here in Darlington. We were the first local authority to launch community testing, and we've tested over 12,000 people, and some local authorities haven't even begun testing their population. The council have supported the primary care network with the vaccination infrastructure, which has directly helped to vaccinate all of our care home population, making Darlington one of the first areas in the UK to vaccinate its care home population. I personally designed our communications campaign, Play Your Part, which has been recognised by other local authorities and partners as being engaging, informative and highly recognisable to the public, and that plan is evolving day by day. I have communicated directly with elected members at every stage of this pandemic. I have sent dozens of communications about the progress and about decisions that I and Cabinet have taken to protect and support our communities. In addition, and as a direct result of those measures, Councillor Newell, we have the lowest case numbers in the North East and we have the lowest death rates in the North East. Our per 100,000 rate has never peaked as high or been as high for so long as any of our Tees partners. Banktop and Lascelles at a per 100,000 rate, which was the highest in Tees back in autumn. So this isn't, you're not bringing something to me that I didn't know. We put measures in place and supported care homes within that setting, to the point where Banktop and Lascelles in December was the lowest per 100,000 rate in Darlington. So I thank you for your question, and what I would do is I would encourage you, because we are in a health emergency, that if you do find something out or you are aware of something, not to sit on it and wait for this forum. It's really important that all members are the eyes and ears of the community. I say on every communication I send to members to get in touch with me if you know anything and if you want to feedback anything to me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson, for your helpful advice. Moving on. Item number... first mistake of the evening, Councillor Newell, supplementary.
I do actually have a supplementary question, which might be better answered by the adults portfolio holder. But thank you for Councillor Nicholson for his response, which sometimes went off topic, but I thank him. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Item number 7 is to consider reports to be decided by council which have not been considered by cabinet, and there is one report for consideration this evening. Item 7A is council tax calculation of tax base 2021-22, and the report has been circulated to all members. I now call upon the Assistant Director Resources to introduce the report. Ms Davidson.
Sorry, Chris. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a technical report that establishes a tax base, which then enables the council and other precepting bodies to set their council taxes for the next financial year. The calculation is in accordance with the regulations and must be approved by the 31st of January each year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Sorry, Ms Davison. Are there any questions to the Assistant Director Resources of a technical or factual nature of the report? Please indicate. No. Okay. Moving now, I now call on Councillor Johnson to move the recommendation and speak to the report. Councillor Johnson. You're on mute, Councillor Johnson.
Try and avoid going over what Elizabeth has already said, but it's a report which outlines statutory acts and regulations, and it's what the council is obliged to use in calculating the annual tax base. Paras 5 to 14 cover all the technical explanations. However, Appendix 1 presents details of the properties in the borough which members may find interesting. I move the recommendation as detailed in paragraph 3 of the submitted report be approved.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnson. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
That's been seconded. Now invite members to enter into discussion on the report. Any questions or comment? Hold on, colleagues. Oh, okay. You're down to reply, Councillor Johnson, but no need to reply to silence. I would now ask members who do not support the recommendations moved by Councillor Johnson to indicate by raising their electronic hand. Those who do not support it. Just conferring with colleagues. No. I can confirm that no one is against the recommendation, so can members in favour please indicate by raising your electronic hand. That is carried. Thank you, colleagues. Item number 8 is to consider cabinet recommendations and reports, and there are 11 reports for consideration this evening. The reports have been circulated to all members. I'll invite each cabinet member in turn to introduce their report and perhaps make some comments briefly, please, if they so wish, and members will then be given the opportunity to make comment to ask questions of that cabinet member. Briefly, please. And I would remind colleagues, if it's a point of information and it can be sought by email, feel free to email the cabinet member in question rather than make a point of asking a question about readily available information. But I do not wish to, colleagues, stifle debate, but I just thought I would make that comment. Item 8A is the overview of the Leader of the Council, and I invite Councillor Mrs Scott to introduce her report. Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I would ask members to note the contents of my report, which have previously been circulated, and just a couple of very brief comments. Just after what Councillor Nicholson has said, I would like to state how grateful we are, certainly all of us as councillors, for the amount of staff support that has actually been put into setting up the lateral flow testing, and both the volunteers and staff for the primary care network. I think Councillor Nicholson has gone into quite a lot of detail, and there is more detail in his report. The other comment that I would like to make is on paragraph 14, the Climate Change Working Group. As you can see, that has had its first meeting. There is going to be another meeting next Monday. Councillor Zedker is the new chairman of the Climate Change Working Group, and the £100,000 financial support is included in the up-and-coming medium-term financial plan in order that we have got some funding to start with, but obviously we will be looking for outside support as well. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. And before I bring people in, just both picking up on Councillor Nicholson and your comment about thanking the volunteers and the PCN, it's certainly shown what's best about Darlington in terms of people stepping forward. Even I, as Mayor, have put a stint in, and as the Leader knows, I entertained them with charades for 7 hours, but just shows we've all got to do our bits. Questions of the Leader, please. So I've got 3. Councillor McCollum, please. Oh, before I bring in Councillor McCollum, further to my email to Councillor Mills, Councillor Rachel Mills, clarifying a few issues. I will be taking questions in single order. I think it may be too complex on the virtual medium. But I would reiterate the need for brevity and focus in your questions, please. Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As some wise man once said, brevity is the soul of wit. If I may, as the portfolio member for transport in the Combined Authority, I would ask Councillor Scott whether she feels that the e-scooter trial in Middlesbrough has addressed the not insignificant concerns around safety and the possible modal shift away from active travel that is associated with e-scooters. And can I also ask whether a timescale has been set out for extending the scheme within Tees Valley? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Leader to respond.
Thank you, Councillor McCullum. There have been problems with some of the scooter trials in other areas. I think Middlesbrough has been fine, but obviously they're not continuing it with it in Redcar and Cleveland. We are looking at it to see whether we can expand it in Darlington, and obviously we'll keep you updated once we make that decision.
Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Scott, my question refers to the possible relocation of HM Treasury jobs, hopefully to the Tees Valley. I've been reading in the local press over the last couple of days an increasingly factious and very public debate around the potential location for these jobs. Let's be clear, I'd be absolutely delighted if these jobs do come to the Tees Valley. Very early on, Mayor Houchen pressed the case for the airport as being the best location, and I believe you yourself were quoted in the press as saying that this was the ideal location. Now Mayor Houchen seems to be denying he was previously in favour of the airport site. Perhaps the Echo and Gazette have been misquoting him too. What I'm concerned about is that Mayor Houchen and Mayor Preston are publicly squabbling over where the best site is. I'd put to you, this is not very edifying. This very public squabbling will not help our case when government comes to determine the best location. We will face stiff competition from Leeds, Manchester, Newcastle and possible other locations in the north. Local leaders should be showing a united front, not arguing in the local press. So my questions to you as leader are, as you sit on the Tees Valley Combined Authority Cabinet, will you please bang some heads together and get this unhelpful squabbling in public stopped? And secondly, I ask again, in private, will you, when this is being discussed by the Combined Authority, press the case for Darlington as being the best location within the Tees Valley? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Leader to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Harker. And can I just say to you that all the leaders of the Tees Valley agree that we have to press to get it into Tees Valley first. Any discussion about the actual location will take place afterwards. You are quite right. We have got competition from Manchester, Leeds and Newcastle. I think we do feel that Newcastle is probably the biggest threat. And I think that we all have to put our backs behind this and press for it to come to Tees Valley. And all the leaders in Tees Valley have agreed to that. Any discussions or debate will take place after that once we get it here. And so that's the prime concern of all of us, Councillor Harker. Okay. And obviously, if we do get it to Tees Valley, rest assured, I will do my best to fight the corner for Darlington, but that's not appropriate at the moment.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Snedker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Early this week, we passed the grim milestone of 100,000 deaths from coronavirus in this country. While national policy decisions will be debated elsewhere, the result of the worst death rate in the world from coronavirus is a lengthy national lockdown to protect the NHS and save lives. Given this grave situation we find ourselves in, it's important that a clear message is maintained. So I just want to seek reassurance that there is universal support for the third national lockdown from members of the ruling group. Or is there a feeling amongst some that lockdowns are more damaging than the cure they profess to bring?
Leader to respond.
Thank you. I can assure Councillor Snedker that, yes, the whole of our group are behind the third lockdown, because I think we have, certainly as far as the people of Darlington are concerned, we've got to make sure that we get on top of this virus and stop any more deaths. And can I just add to this that I think obviously we've got the lateral flow testing. We are still getting people who are not taking up that offer. And I think people who are asymptomatic, the best way of finding out if you do have a problem is to go and get the test. And I think that sadly, there are still some people that are refusing vaccines as well. And I think as a local authority, we must get that message across quite strongly. But the message is to all of us to follow the rules. Wash your hands, cover your face and keep safe distance. So, yes, I agree with you, Councillor Snedker. We've got to fight both nationally, but certainly locally. Our priority is for the people of Darlington. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Can I have Councillor Ali next, please?
Good evening, everyone. Just having some technical difficulties. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Only quite vaguely, Councillor Ali.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what's going on with the technical stuff today.
Do you have a question, Councillor Ali?
Yeah, right. It's just regarding. I've got two things for our leader. Just where we discussing about the great works that have been going on for rolling out the tests and the centres, we also have the other issue where it's not a transparent message to our local key workers who are very upset, had some real distressed families who are having to work as front key workers, teachers, police officers, and they're seeing people who are registered carers, a paid carer, are allowed to get the vaccine, yet they're going into their daily jobs working with public and children, and they aren't on the list yet, and they're very, very distressed and contacting that what is happening. And although we are supporting, the DBC is working with the PCN to they make the decisions, the public, the residents of our borough, they are very, very distressed and concerned at the lack of transparency on the information. And the second concerning thing is, in Darlington, we continue to have rates of youth unemployment well above the national average. In the 20 to 24 age bracket, it's well above 12%. That's significantly above the national average. With this worrying fact in mind, could the leader please provide an update on the number of Darlington young people taking part in and actually benefiting from the schemes reportedly available? A recent evaluation done by the Department for Education on the traineeship programme highlighted that 1 in 3 participants said the traineeship made no difference to whether they got a job or not. That is just one of the programmes mentioned by the leader, yourself, in a note to members from last council. As this matter is so urgent and pressing, I would humbly suggest that it became a regular item in the leader's report, especially when we're facing such challenging times. We do need to support our youth and take a bit of stress off them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Leader, respond.
Yeah, well, just to Councillor Ali, first of all, Councillor Ali, the PCN and the arrangements that they make are the responsibility of the PCN. Obviously, we can pass on your comments to them, but we have no control over the programme. It's done in conjunction with the NHS, but the PCN are responsible for that. Your comments about the youth figures, I'll have to give you updated figures because they change regularly. And yes, it's something that we can include on the report. So I'll take that on board for next time.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regarding paragraph 6 of the leader's report, the integrated transport programme must be able to react swiftly to the changes in travel habits and mobility needs of people, particularly as a result of the pandemic. We've had much increased working from home and flexible working, but also car ownership for lowest 20% of income represents 25% of their assets. Electric vehicles will be even harder for them to afford, starting at £20,000 each. Climate change commitments mean we will need to reduce car journeys by between 10 and 30%, even with full electrification of vehicles. So please, can we aspire that a minimum of 10% of our transport budget, whether that be from the council's own funds or via the TVCA region, be spent on infrastructure needed to shift travel modes from private vehicles to sustainable active travel and public transport, so that we can maintain mobility for our residents whilst achieving our Climate Change Act 2008 obligations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. Leader to respond.
Well, as Councillor Holroyd is aware, that the integrated transport plan goes up quite up to 2029. I'm quite sure we will have to look at things and take on board what you say. Obviously, there are changes already, as you know, with rail travel, because obviously there are fewer people travelling by rail. And, you know, we don't know how long the pandemic is going to go on. But yes, I agree with you. It will have to be looked at and adjustments made. But it is a long-term plan.
Thank you,
Thank
Leader.
you, Mr.
Thank you, Leader. If we could now move to item 8B, overview of Cabinet Member with the portfolio for stronger communities. I invite Councillor Dalston to introduce his report. Councillor Dalston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the contents of my report on the Stronger Communities portfolio, which has been previously circulated, and in doing so, I'd like to say a few words. At November's Council, I gave members a comprehensive update on the great progress that has been made with regard to the bread and butter thing over the last year, and wanted to share further figures on the success of this initiative. Since we went live, we have supported over 9,300 families, 341 of which benefited last week alone. This means that we have been able to intercept, save and redistribute over 111 tonnes of food which would have been wasted and went to landfill. Mr. Mayor, the figure I am most humbled about is that this project has provided 260,000 meals to the residents of Darlington. I would like to also once again extend my sincere thanks to the army of volunteers who continue to give their time to support each other and their communities. Mr. Mayor, I would also like to update members that as of yesterday, our uniform recycling service has also continued to see success and has distributed over 5,500 separate items of clothing, which has supported over 1,000 families. Although the shop has had to close, we continue to work with partner organisations and social services to ensure items can be collected on a click and collect basis. I am delighted that the additional £10,000 we've signed off will further support families when children return to school in the coming months. Finally, Mr. Mayor, I would also like to outline another project we're currently progressing with. We have pledged £25,000 to launch our very first digital hub within our community. This exciting new project will support residents who are currently digitally excluded. We plan to have several of these hubs over the coming years and are working hard to ensure they are COVID secure and targeting those most in need. Further details will be shared over the coming weeks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston, and I would echo your comment in terms of praising volunteers in this town. We've seen them step up. Whilst we all face considerable pressure, and we're seeing the best in local people. So, round of applause as members to our residents who are stepping up. Questions or comment, please? Councillor Boddy.
Hello. I was just wondering, the item on page 23, number 31, is that an event that's planned for May 2021? And the other things I would like to ask is the IDOC system referred to at item 45, how much does that actually cost? And in relation to the page 25, item 50, was the councillor aware that this is the experience in other areas too, the drop in crime?
Before you respond, Councillor Dalston, thank you, Councillor Boddy, for referencing paragraphs. I should have pointed out, please, when you're asking questions of the executive, reference the paragraph if that is relevant. Councillor Dalston, to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regard to the first question, the LGBT event that our Community Resilience Officer has been working in partnership with North Road Bowls was planned to be an in-person event. However, we might be a little bit adventurous given the current climate, but they are still in talks around how they can do a hybrid version, but also postpone it to later in the year when hopefully we have more control of this virus and hopefully it will be eradicated. With regards to the iDoc system, I will have to give you, that's quite a technical response, but I will absolutely write to you and give you the costings of that system. Although, just to make the point, I do know it is actually quite minimal, but again, we will get the outline of that cost to you. And finally, I would like to I'd like to thank the member who raised a good point, and I'm delighted to share with councillors the latest crime figures for Darlington. Crime year to date has fallen by 17% on this time last year, with crime in our town centre falling the most significantly by 57%. Whilst I understand that this is largely due to COVID restrictions being in place and the majority of us being in isolation, it has meant that 1,607 less offences have been committed, and in turn 1,607 less people becoming victims of crime. Due to the partnership working in Darlington, we have seen the largest reduction in crime across the Durham Force area and remain the strongest solve rate. I'm sure members will agree that these figures are encouraging and send a strong message that Darlington is becoming a safer place to live.
Councillor Dalston, thank you for that. Just to point out, I think you went a bit off tack and you weren't responding specifically to Councillor Boddy's specific question, but all very good information. Thank you for that. Just wanted to point that out. Okay, if we could move on now to Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Referring to back lanes, I suppose, paragraph 7, if you want a number. My question's regarding the storage of wheelie bins on public land. Some areas of College Ward suffer when a minority of residents leave bins out in back lanes or on pavement, sometimes for weeks at a time, leading to obstruction, littering and the risk of arson. I wrote to Councillor Dalston on the 23rd of September asking what plans he had to deal with this problem, but I didn't receive a reply directly from him. And I wrote to him again on the 8th of December, specifically referring to a paper coming before his scrutiny committee, asking what action would be taken. And I still haven't heard back from him. So I'm just wondering, what's the problem and what are we doing about it? Thank you.
Councillor Dalston to respond.
Well, I think obviously the first problem that I've obviously got an issue with my emails, and I do apologise for that. That genuinely is an oversight. So I will make sure that I outline both responses by email to you. But just to give reassurance that our civic enforcement team do regularly patrol areas and are also actively knocking on doors and giving guidance to members of the public. In addition to that, we have a fire officer that's currently seconded 2 days a week, to help us with this back lanes project. And one of their key tasks is to educate. So again, knocking on doors, trying to give reassurance, but trying to create some intelligence so we're able to deal with these repeat offenders, because unfortunately sometimes it's hard to locate who's responsible for these bins that continuously seem to be abandoned. I think the final point is that Street Scene are also investing in a position in the coming weeks to again strengthen that partnership working with the fire brigade to get the messages out there, to educate people, but also to build up a picture so we're able to be in a stronger position to take a firm action and prosecute.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dalston. Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to paragraph 7 of his report, I am pleased to note that the appointment of an environmental crime coordinator. Councillor Dalston will be aware of previous presentations and discussions at scrutiny, where staffing levels within civic enforcement have been discussed and have been described as suboptimal. Can I ask, is he able to comment on current staffing levels within enforcement and give assurance that this critical service has sufficient personnel? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dalston, respond.
Yes, I can confirm that we've got strong numbers in civic enforcement. Like every employer across the country, we have experienced the effects of COVID-19. I'm delighted that we've just recently appointed a new team leader who's come highly experienced from our housing enforcement team. He is absolutely hitting the ground running and giving some real clear leadership to civic enforcement officers. And I've also had commentary from a number of members that the service level delivery is improving in that area. So I'm pleased to pass that feedback on to him as well.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. Councillor Renton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to paragraph 6 of your very compact report, Councillor Dalston. I just wanted to thank the community safety team for the installation of the CCTV camera on John Williams Boulevard South. As Councillor Heseltine will agree, it's been a hot spot for fly tipping and much other terrible activities, but I've been told that there has been a reduction in reported matters in that area, so thank you very much.
Councillor Dalston to respond if you so wish.
Thanks for the comments.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I refer to paragraph 8. I can see the desire to remove the vehicle from use of those people who have used it for fly tipping, but for resource use reasons, I'm concerned at the crushing of vehicles, especially when they're perfectly usable by other small businesses who may require legitimately vans and pickup trucks. I would therefore rather see such vehicles to be sold and reused by those who need them, and therefore generate an income for this project.
Councillor Johnson to respond.
Yeah, it's a really good point, and I think to comment with regards to the recycling of vehicles and generating income, that's something that we do with the off-road motorbikes that we seize. That's the scheme that we would follow, where we'd, in certain cases, we'd crush them, but in others we'd recycle them, auction them, and then it also funds future good causes. With regards to this specific incident, this was a significant fly tipper and was responsible for destroying a number of communities across the town over probably, I would say, about a 12-month period. So it was important that we sent a very, very strong message to that person and his activity. And let me tell you, he was not very pleased and continues to be not very pleased, and the level of frustration and the lengths he's going to shows that we have really made an impact on him and his activities. So I absolutely take the point that, you know, we shouldn't really be doing it all the time, but where it's appropriate, they need to see, you know, old-fashioned law and order.
Thank you. I think that's it, Councillor Dalston. Oh, Councillor Harker. I do apologise. Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really just to support Councillor Holroyd. I mean, I understand what Councillor Dalton's saying, and sometimes one feels like you really do need to make a point. But I think in the world that we have, we also do need to take the moral high ground. And I think, as previous councillor said, in this day and age, we really shouldn't be crushing vehicles and wasting them. You know, the long-term damage that we are making to the planet with the use of vehicles is, you know, incalculable, and therefore to crush a vehicle unnecessarily just to make a point, I think now we should be thinking much more wisely about what we do in terms of punishment. Yes, people need to be punishment, but, you know, let's think about the wider issues at the same time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dalston to respond to that comment.
Yeah, obviously we do everything within our powers to make an impact on those responsible, but I stand by that it's absolutely appropriate that in cases like that gentleman that we took a tough approach. And let me tell you, we have a number of other individuals who continue to terrorise and destroy our communities. And when we have enough evidence to intercept them, we'll continue to challenge them, and we will continue to destroy their activity. And if that means crushing another vehicle, then that's absolutely what we'll do. But I absolutely take the point that it's not something that we do as business as usual. It's when we do it when it's appropriate, and we want to make a high impact in the nuisance that they've caused to our communities for a long period of time.
Thank you, Councillor Dawson. And finally, famous last words. I think it's Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dalston, I just want to go back to the bread and butter thing. I've been volunteering on a Friday, and I'd just like to say it's making a massive difference in our town. But people think that we have volunteers all the time in all these different hubs. I would urge that every councillor gets behind it, gets out there and actually goes and helps out different days all over the town. And we actually are getting more hubs in the town. So I'd like to say, like, I'd really want you to go out there and help, because it is a brilliant project. But just going to the street scene, we've had some really big issues, especially in the last week. Before I could even email in a request to have something cleared up, it was already done. There was people at the scene. So I'd just like to say thank you on behalf of Blanktop and Lascelles that the street scene staff are straight there and doing it so fast. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dalston, just to respond, if necessary.
Yeah, no, Councillor Wright raises a really valid point that we continue to struggle for volunteer. I wouldn't say struggle. We're blessed to have a really solid army of volunteers, but you can never have too many. I know, so the appeal to all members and anyone who wants to get involved is please, put your hand up. I don't mean now, but and let us know, because we are crying out for volunteers. Please know that the Member of Parliament's going to Firth Moor tomorrow to lend his support, along with 3 of the community champions from Morrison's, who I know the Mayor knows very well, Sani being one of them. So thanks for the comments.
Okay, and you make some valid comments before I bring Councillor Lucas in. I volunteer extensively, but we must recognise that some colleagues are unable to volunteer because they may be shielding. So we can all do our bits in different ways, can't we? But we've got a duty to step up. Anyway, enough of the advertising. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good to see you, Councillor Lucas.
I've had to get into bed because my legs hurt.
Well, we can't see you.
So I apologise for being in my bed right now. Yeah, Councillor Dalston.
You have a legitimate excuse. Carry on,
I do. Councillor Dalston, I want to echo what Councillor Wright has just said. As somebody else who absolutely loves the bread and butter thing and has really enjoyed volunteering at Red Hall, and I love the fact that it's gone around party lines. You know what I mean? We're all getting involved in that, and yes, I echo what people say. If you can volunteer, please do. But the other thing I'd like to mention in terms of the bread and butter thing, and one of my friends was saying that they didn't want to go because they don't do food banks. And I think we really need to get the message across that this is not a food bank. It's about food waste. And you don't have to be, you're not means tested. You don't have to be on benefits. You just need to want to eradicate food waste. And it would be really lovely. I love the fact there's more hubs coming to Darlington. And I'd like to see that repeated. But what about some of the other areas? For example, places like in the villages and the other communities that could perhaps get involved, because it's not, as I say, it's not about poverty, it's not about people on benefits, it's about making sure that we're tackling food waste. Thank you.
Councillor Lucas. Councillor Dalston, to respond if you so wish.
Yeah, just to give the commentary that we are looking at developing the scheme. We've got 2 further sites identified. Obviously, we're launching Skirn Park at the end of this month, and then we've got another site identified on Blanktop. And then we're looking at more smaller sites. So we're in discussions around Albert Hill, for example, and how we can operate more smaller sites. So, for example, we'll pack at one load, we might pack at Red Hall and then transport 20 bags to another smaller hub. So we are looking at all of those things, because you're absolutely right. We need to get, I don't think it's got a stigma. I think we do see a wide range of people accessing that service, which is really, really good. But the final piece, and what really brings the bread and butter thing alive, and we haven't experienced it yet because we launched it during the pandemic, is we'll be having people from various partner organisations who can give advice and support whilst people are queuing and coming to the hubs. We'll also have people who are quite good at cooking, giving recipe ideas on what's in the bags that day. And that's when we'll really see the project come alive. At the moment, we're sort of, doing a watered down version. So I'm really excited once we get back to some sort of normality that we'll just see this go from strength to strength.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. Councillor Cousins, hopefully that's the final one. No, it may be the final one. I wouldn't hope to curtail debate. Councillor Cousins.
It was just in relation to the last thing that Councillor Dalston said. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me come in.
Yeah.
It's just that we have there's a lady in my ward who is involved with the bread and butter thing, and she set up a Facebook recipe swap page. So it's the TBBT recipe swap page, something like that. So if all those people who are linked with the hubs, who volunteer at the hubs, let everybody know that there is a recipe swap page, TBBT recipe swap. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sure we'll promote that. Councillor Dulston, I'm sure you can help promote that.
Absolutely, I'm just looking at it now, Mr. Mayor, as you speak. No, brilliant, thank you.
Okay, and I think that's it, Councillor Dulston. Just to say on recipes, I will be speaking to Councillor Wallace. I think Horton Matters needs a Councillor McEwen's how many meals can you make from a chicken? But we'll discuss that tomorrow once Council's done. Okay, moving on. It's Councillor overview. Item 8C is a overview of the Cabinet member of the portfolio for adults. And I invite Councillor Mills to introduce her report. Councillor Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the contents of my report on the adults portfolio, which has been previously circulated. And as I was the author of the letter, I will keep it short and sweet, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent.
Please, obviously, be noted on everything. I'd like to make more of a fuss of the amazing staff in adults. So I'm going to cheerlead them because I think during COVID it's been amazing. I appreciate that there is a definite time lag and people want information with regard to COVID, vaccines, care homes and staff, and that this report is obviously not running at real time. If members have an interest, then I have the figures. Obviously, we know that all residents of care homes in our borough have now been vaccinated, which is a tremendous achievement. And currently, that we are running with the major proportion of all of our staff in care home sort of facilities who are we're almost there. They're either vaccinated or they are booked in for vaccinations. With regard to that, I won't labour this because I promised to be short and sweet, but can we just sort of pay tribute to our commissioning team specifically, because that has been described to me this week as it has been a Herculean task. They have worked above and beyond to get staff into our voluntary sector as well included and booked into these slots, and what they have done is absolutely amazing in comparison to a lot of our neighbours. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. Just to echo, colleagues will be aware I have links to the PCN. Clearly we've done a significant piece of work here, and that's been partnership in practice on the ground delivering the vaccine. So a round of applause, sir. And thank you also for your comments generally about care staff. So I've got Councillor Heslop to ask a question.
Hi, Councillor Mills, and I'm pleased you've got your voice back. Following last council meeting, I emailed you about continuing healthcare issues from that report. I haven't yet received an answer or a reply, to be honest. Is there a reason? And I've got the question. If you want to give me the reply now and read the question out, or is there a reason why I haven't had anything back in 2 months?
If I can answer, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, please respond.
Sorry. I've seen the reply. I do apologise. I think that's just been some kind of administrative logistical error, and I will make sure that reply gets sent to you as soon as possible. Tonight I can find that and just send that to you. So apologies, there's replies there for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rachel.
Councillor Layton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Councillor Mills, and thank you for your report. It's probably just to follow on a bit on Councillor Heslop's vein, really. I just, last time we had a meeting, I asked a question about the flu vaccines, which, although not as critical as the COVID vaccines at the moment, are obviously a key part of maintaining the health of especially our older. And so you will have the question, which I did put in an email. So if it's possible, I presume it's a similar sort of thing to Councillor Heslop. If it's possible just to send I think it's still relevant, even though it was back in November. I think it's still relevant to get the response. So I look forward to getting that in email. So thank you very much indeed.
It is, Councillor Nick. Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, no, Councillor Mills to respond. Okay.
Yeah, those replies were all passed through to a member of staff, and obviously something's gone wrong somewhere, and I think in the current circumstances it's quite understandable why. I can give you a little further information on flu. At the moment we are having an exceptionally low flu year. It's sort of almost historic numbers, which is lucky, I think, for us, considering that we are dealing with COVID. However, obviously it is still vitally important for people who are vulnerable and for staff to have their flu vaccine. But I will double check on that, and hopefully within the next 5 minutes you'll have your reply.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. Councillor Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Mills, following on from my question to Councillor Nicholson and his response regarding COVID-19 deaths in care homes, I do have a question. And I understand this is a sensitive subject, and behind the figures there are residents who have sadly passed on and their families. But I think we need to make inquiries out of respect for them and indeed to protect present residents. And I accept that there are a number of care homes in Banktop. However, there are care homes spread across the town. There are 3 in Winfield, but there is not a corresponding increase in deaths. I'm pleased to hear that residents are being vaccinated against COVID-19. But as Cabinet Member for Adults, I just wonder if you had any further comments to make with regard to actions and interventions which are in place or could be put in place to reduce the number of deaths in Banktop and Lascelles. Thank you.
Councillor Mills to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Newell. I think Councillor Nicholson gave you a really comprehensive response. All I can say is, you know, we work together. Of course, there's data there that needs to be looked at. We're dealing with a pandemic. It's an international incident. We're all learning as we go along. All I can say is I will personally take whatever measures I can do to make the situation better or to rectify any situation that needs to be rectified. And I work closely with Councillor Nicholson. I can give you further details if necessary, but I think that he gave a really full and comprehensive response.
He did indeed. Thank you, Councillor Mills.
Sorry, I'm a schoolboy error. I was muted. Councillor Holroyd, please.
Thank you. My question relates to paragraph 4 on winter pressures. In our ward, we received a flurry of complaints about unsafe and icy pavements with the recent snow. I'd be very interested to see the stats for slips and falls during this time, if we have them, and whether these costs could be reduced by considering gritting pavements. Falls are estimated to cost the NHS 2.3 billion a year. That was from 2017. And a prolonged snowy and icy spell will increase this risk of falls, particularly to more elderly residents. Would you be willing to explore, alongside Councillor Keir, the benefits of extending the street champion remit to include what could be called snow angels, as they do in York City? Active, publicly spirited citizens who live near to key pedestrian routes, such as outside schools, post offices and bus stops, could be equipped with grit and a snow shovel, for example. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. And it has been quite icy, particularly when I've been taking the dog out. Councillor Mills to respond.
That was not a question I was expecting, Councillor Holroyd, but I like it very much. All I can say is I have no issue talking to Councillor Keir along those lines, and yes, watch this space.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mills. Bear with me, colleague. Thank you, Councillor Mills. If we could now move to item 8D, which is the overview of Cabinet Member with a portfolio for children and young people. And I would invite Councillor Clark to introduce his report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just before I start, I would like to apologise to members if my speech becomes impaired during this. It's not because I've been on the drink or anything like that. I've a loose jangling tooth, and although it's behaving itself at the moment, I can't guarantee that it will do throughout. So just to make that point. I'd like to ask members to note the contents of the report on the Children and Young People portfolio, which has previously been circulated. Just before that, though, I don't think it was mentioned at the outset of the meeting, Mr. Mayor, but I would just like to, for our council, to pay our condolences to Guy Oscroft, who sadly passed away on the 15th of January of this year. Guy was an agency social worker for the council, and he tested positive 4 days prior to passing away, which just really sort of brings to light how deadly this virus is. So I would just like to put that on record that this council does, I've already done it, but that the council does pay their condolences to the family.
Okay, Councillor Clark, can I pause everyone there? I would like to, given what you've just said, I would ask colleagues to mute and join me in a moment's silence and reflection for that sad news. Thank you, colleagues. If we could maintain silence and reflection. Thank you, colleagues, for observing that silence. If you could continue, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Just before I go on to questions on that, I'd just like to give members an update on digital devices within the school situation. I know there's been a lot of press about that and a lot of concern, rightly so. So I'd just like to give you, where we're up to at the moment, and I'll read this off script if you forgive me. We continue to receive a number of queries from families, schools and members about delivery of digital devices to schools. We have requested that the Department for Education provide us with the access to the distribution database so that we can track queries from individual schools, but this has not been agreed by the department. They have confirmed that in week 3 of January term, 636 devices were distributed to schools and colleges in Darlington, and that in week 4, 543 devices were issued. Laptops and tablets are being made available if there is no existing access to a device for the following groups of children: disadvantaged children in years 3 to 11 whose face-to-face education is disrupted, disadvantaged children in any year group who have been advised to shield because they or someone they live with are clinically extremely vulnerable, disadvantaged children in any year group attending a hospital school, and disadvantaged 14 to 16-year-olds enrolled for Key Stage 4 at sixth form colleges and whose face-to-face education is disrupted. Number of devices available for schools and colleges in order to order reflects the number of laptops and tablets DfE estimates are needed by each school or college. This calculation is based on free school meals data and an estimate of the number of devices a school or college already has and private device ownership. If a school or college requires additional devices, they can contact the department and more devices can be made available. However, many schools are reporting to us that they are not aware of the status of their order, and we continue to raise these individual queries with the Department of Education. And I too are raising the issues with our local MPs as well when such data comes through. Okay, happy to take questions now.
Okay, before we bring in questions, after your slot, Councillor Clark, is concluded, I'm going to propose a 5 to 7 minute comfort break. Okay, so Councillor Heslop.
Good evening, Councillor Clark. I just want to ask, in the Children Commissioner's report on the state of children's mental health services It says a large-scale study undertaken by the NHS in July 2020 found the clinical significant mental health conditions amongst children had risen by 50% since 2017. A staggering 1 in 6 children now have a probable mental health condition, and services are still nowhere near meeting the level of need, and the hundreds of thousands of children are being left without help as a result. In Darlington, I'm aware of children who are either undergoing treatment or undergoing an assessment prior to March 2020 by Darlington CAMHS. Since March 2020, people have told me that they've had no contact from that service. So my question is, in your role as a Cabinet Member for Children and Young People, and as a member of the Health and Wellbeing Board, what steps have you taken to help these people by increasing the capacity to match the demand? Or to put it another way, what is the situation now regards children being seen and staffing levels at Darlington CAMHS? Thank you very much, Councillor Clark.
Councillor Clark to respond.
Okay. Well, in answer to that, I'm not aware of the figures that are actually in CAMHS that the CAMHS hold at the moment. I can get that to you without a shadow of a doubt. But obviously, the mental health issue is not just confined to Darlington. It's a national issue, and it's escalating by the day. All I can do is reassure you that we're working as closely as we can with partners to make sure that we do the best that we can in Darlington, and we do things that are within our gift. Obviously, there's things coming forward that will assess this problem, such as the Trailblazer project that's due to launch in September. That could have been due to launch now, but obviously we didn't have the foresight of that at the time. But I will do everything I possibly can as a portfolio holder to make sure that we do whatever we can.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The return to school has not been handled well at a national level. Sending children back to school for just one day after the Christmas break was the latest in a line of U-turns and errors. And at the start of this academic year, the autumn term, the levels of infection for secondary school students multiplied 75 times, meaning that secondary students were the most infected age group for coronavirus for a period in this country. Now, under government advice, school heads had planned to admit children to school even if they had a close school contact positive with COVID tests by using daily lateral flow tests. But it now transpires that the Medicines and Healthcare Regulatory Agency has not authorised lateral flow tests to be used in this way. So plans for reopening schools remain in disarray. So would Councillor Clark listen to and heed advice from the professionals and support the National Education Union's Education Recovery Plan, which was published today, for a safe and sustainable reopening of our schools? Thank you.
Councillor Clark to reply.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen that report, so I can't comment on it. I mean, that's all I can say to that. But, I will take on board Councillor Snedker's comments on that. And I think we all want to see schools opened as quickly and as safely as possible. I mean, it has come to light, obviously, that the testing of children will not sort of be going ahead at the scale as it was planned at first, but teachers and support staff will be tested. So those tests will not be done, basically. But yeah, I'll take on board what you say. But I haven't seen the report, so I can't really comment on that.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Linda Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Clark, as regard paragraphs 23, going to be a bit of a pedant at first, and can I ask that we don't use acronyms, please? You've got ASD and ADHD. Can we please have the full title for that as well? Because not everybody if people aren't au fait with the neurodevelopmental issues, then they may not know what those conditions are. And whilst I welcome the fact that we've got from June we're going to have a provision for a family support service, it's really welcome. What are we going to do about those families who've had to wait over 18 months for a diagnosis, and when they have actually finally got a diagnosis, all they get is a referral to websites? There isn't actually any support for those people, as I say, other than a link to out-of-date websites. There are significant there'll be people who've fallen through the net on this one. And will those people be picked up in June? In which case, it may be too late for some people, because they will be desperately needing some support and they haven't had any.
Councillor Clark to respond.
Yeah. I'll take your point on the acronyms, and for the next report, I'll make sure that it is sorted. It's a difficult question because obviously the COVID situation's exacerbated the whole situation at the moment, nationally and locally.
Sorry, can I just point of order on that? The reason that there is such a long wait in Darlington for diagnosis. It's nothing to do with COVID. It's
can you just say, when you raise a point of order, what is the point of order?
Point of order about it's not COVID that's causing
so what
the delay.
Is the specific?
The delay is the
you
fact.
were seeking to clarify, if I could help you out there a bit.
If
Okay. Carry on, Councillor Clark.
Well, if you'd like to clarify that point, then
it's the fact that TUV, the clinical commissioning, actually withdrew the funding for specialist speech therapists that can actually complete the diagnosis for children with autism, a suspected autism spectrum disorder, and that we don't have that provision within Darlington. Yet if you live within Newton Aycliffe, you can get that provision straight away, and that's why there is a delay on children in Darlington specifically being delayed.
Okay, I'm not getting into. I don't want colleagues to get into debate here. We've got to ask a question. You've clarified, Councillor Clark, to respond.
Yeah, I think with the nature of the question, it's probably prudent of me to get back to you with a written response on that, because I don't have the answer to hand on that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Chow. Councillor Chow.
Sorry, I raised the hand by mistake.
All right, okay. You are forgiven. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Clark, further to your statement on the situation with laptops and IT devices, I think it'd be helpful if all members could see the prepared text you read out. I didn't quite get the nuances in everything you said, and we all, I think, need to have a look at that. I know you said in your email to all of us that you were going to have more discussions with Tony Murphy last Monday, and the sooner we all members can get hold of that information that you have, the better. Can I just provide you with a further update from the Education Village regarding the situation there? And this is a quote. Horton Academy has 380 disadvantaged pupils on roll, and a total of 165 devices have been delivered via the DFE scheme. Therefore, if we were able to provide a laptop to every disadvantaged pupil on Horton's roll, we would require a further 215 devices. I continue. I realise the DFE will say that not every one of those children will require a device, but in our experience, where there's already access to a device in the home, it's usually not suitable for accessing and contributing to live lessons or the effective and efficient production of schoolwork. It's also often the case that the parents and/or siblings also need access to that device, making it very difficult for the pupil to attend all the lessons and complete the government's required minimum of 5 hours schoolwork per day. That's the end of the quote, Councillor Clark. And that position is going to be replicated in primary and secondary schools across the borough. So are you able, Councillor Clark, to provide members with the up-to-date situation, ideally on a school-by-school basis, for all members, so we can see the position in each of our the schools we represent? And secondly, I think you reported some pretty shocking responses there from the Department for Education in terms of sharing information with us.
Councillor Wallace, are you coming to the point, please?
Yes, I am. Firstly, what is firstly the numbers, secondly the criteria on which these this is dealt with, and can we work together across parties, all the parties, on this issue, and bang the door of the DFE, whether it's through the MPs, but also directly as a local authority. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Clark to respond.
Right. On your first point about the sharing of the information, I'll quite happily forward on that briefing that I've had to all councillors, which I was fully intending to do so tomorrow morning. It doesn't give specific detail on what schools' requests are, which is why Tony Murphy, our head of education, specifically asked the Department for Education for access to the database, because as you can imagine, the process at the moment where the council are having to interact with schools and get the data off them, it's a clunky process and time-consuming process. We did have exact numbers last week, which may have changed, but I'll certainly share those numbers with you tomorrow. But as I say, they will have changed. All I can add is, yes, this should be a cross-party thing. Children's education is so important, not just for the children, but I think for the mental health for the parents as well, because it's not just them that are suffering through this. So I think that the quicker that we get schools open in a safe manner, the better for all concerned, to be honest with you.
Thank you, Councillor.
So that's my answer in a nutshell. I will.
Right, thank you, Councillor Clark.
Do what you asked, basically.
Okay, right, thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Ali, please.
Yeah, hi. It was just to refer to where we're talking about support being offered in schools. Can we make sure that we look at supporting? I know they're doing a brilliant job and they're doing what they can to get the laptops rolled out. We here in Northgate Ward with Corporation Road School, I'd like to just take this second to thank every school teacher and head teacher throughout our borough, because they have been doing an amazing job in a very difficult situation. So I'd just like all of us to acknowledge the good works of our staff in education in Darlington. And we have got laptops to many disadvantaged children, but it shouldn't be the word disadvantaged used constantly, as there's many people through this pandemic that are in situations with their children that they never thought they would be, even working class, who have lost their jobs or having to work from home because of travelling, so forth. So this has put an extra strain on the mental health, as well as the bigger question of safeguarding with child bullying through social media platforms. So please, can we look at how are we supporting our safeguarding measures to our school children who are now studying from online at home?
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Councillor Clark to respond, please.
I think on the last point, that's a difficult one to sort of nail down. Really is. I mean, bullying on social media is obviously a thing that's gone on for a long time, and it's more exacerbated now with the amount of screen time that children are spending. I think that the point of your first question about the accessibility of laptops and what we're doing as a community is that I see a lot of businesses donating laptops to schools. There's been laptops donated by local businesses. Sorry, just a minute. Sorry, I was getting interrupted by the wife of all people. Yeah, so there's been local businesses and laptops, refurbished, being donated to schools as well. And also, I must say, our MP has gone on to a local business who's provided 47 laptops that are going to be donated to schools. So the community effort is there. However, it doesn't sort of negate the amount that really is needed to
to help our people.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. We've got Councillor Renton and then 3 more speakers. Councillor Renton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd actually taken my hand down because,
all right.
Well, I guess I'm echoing Councillor Ali's thanks to our teachers and school staff for their hard work.
All right.
Thank you.
I presume there's no comment required from Councillor Clark. Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is about paragraph 21, the Teeswork Skills Academy. Green jobs is a particular growth area, and I would urge that we ensure we're providing adequate training in this area, including renewable energy, insulation and whole house retrofitting, to ensure that our young people and any mature students who may attend are able to gain employment in these high demand areas in the future.
Councillor Clark to respond.
Yeah. Well, with that, throughout the Tees Valley, certain colleges have been identified to specialise in certain areas. I can't name them all off the top of my head which specialist area they are doing, but I'm sure that the green energy works is part of that. Darlington is sort of going to be focusing on electronics and robotics. So, just for your information.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. We've got Councillor Harker, and then one more after that, I think. Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Cousins, I think, is actually in front of me.
All right, I do. If you want to step back on that, and I'll bring in Councillor Cousins. Thank you for pointing that out. Councillor Cousins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Harker, for that. Councillor Clark, my question really is in relation to the laptops and speaking about what Councillor Ali was mentioning. Basically, it's great that businesses have donated laptops and computing equipment to these young people. But the issue that a lot of my places, you know, in my ward, my schools, they have the connectivity issue. And when you're at your briefing tomorrow, can you raise that? EE or Vodafone, I can't remember which one, they were very kindly gave cards with about 30 hours of memory on, but they haven't got the dongles to go with it. So it's a connectivity issue with all of these things.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you can raise that, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, that is part and parcel of the issuing of laptops to families, which is the connectivity aspect as well, where dongles etc. will be sort of issued. But I will update you as well on that situation.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following on from what Councillor Wallace and a couple of others have mentioned, I too contacted some of my local schools, and essentially the message I got back from each of them was pretty much the same. From their perspective, from what I understand, they are allocated a number of laptops by DfE, and they can claim that number of laptops. Two problems follow from that. That I don't think they're disputing the fact that they're getting those laptops that they can claim. But as I understand, they don't understand what the algorithm is behind how that number is determined. So they're struggling to argue that the number is wrong because they don't know the basis in which that number has come to. And secondly, I think there's a view that there's a wider group of children who are probably impacted by a lack of technology than is really being appreciated by DfE. And colleagues have raised a number of examples, and one that particularly highlighted to me is families where there's more than one child, and a child or a person in the family has a laptop, but you've got 2-3 children attempting to use that all at the same time, 5 hours a day, and clearly that isn't going to work. And I think therein lies some of the confusion. And I think Peter Gibson, our MP, made a statement, possibly misunderstanding how the system's working himself, possibly not. But I believe he said that all schools had received the laptops that they'd requested. And the point is they can only request the laptops that they are allocated to by the DfE. If they need more, they can't ask for more. And they seem to have no means of challenging that. And I would suggest that getting the database from the DfE isn't actually going to help. It's the algorithms that behind it and the whatever kind of mechanisms they have in place to determine those numbers. That's what Tony Murphy needs to find out, and that's what schools need to understand, because without it, they are struggling to put their case to DfE why there are still so many children months and months later without access to laptops to enable those children to learn at school. And secondly, I'd just like to comment on the gifting of laptops. I think Peter Gibson promoted it today. Some very generous local companies providing laptops. I think it was to Skerne Park Primary School. You know, we can't thank those businesses enough. It's absolutely great that businesses are coming forward. But what no one has said is it actually just demonstrates how shocking, absolutely shocking it is that we are relying on the generosity of local businesses to provide for our children. That is the responsibility of government, not local businesses. It's the government that should be doing this, and you, Councillor Clark, should be calling on the DfE, calling on Peter Gibson to get this sorted out months and months after this problem has been going on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Clark to respond.
I'm not going to comment on party politics or national politics on that, Councillor Harker, but rest assured I'll be doing, I have personal opinions which I'll keep to myself, but I will be doing all that I can within my conscience. You hit the nail on the head with the algorithm, and that is what we're trying to establish. The schools were allocated laptops based on this algorithm and statistics that they had, which is a bit murky to say the least. Tony Murphy has been working extremely hard with the schools and trying to and with the DfE to try and understand how the allocation was based. But when it comes down to it, the schools are eligible, can request extra laptops and devices for the children they identify that are needed. Now, there lies the problem with where you go back to the beginning, because you need to understand how they're allocated in the first place to put that forward. So I agree with what you're saying, and I can assure you that we are working as hard as we can to get connectivity and digital devices to children that need it.
Okay. Finally, we've got Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Not finally, Councillor Lucas and Councillor Allen. Councillor Lucas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With all due respect, in terms of like not making a political issue of this, I'm really quite cross now, because I'm a school governor at a school in Redall, and we had to. It was only because of we went to the press that we were able to get the laptops that our school deserved and our school needed. And to say that you're not going to get involved with it because it's a party political matter is frankly an absolute disgrace. You're the cabinet member for a Conservative council that is not bad. Is being let down. Its students are being let down. Its children are being let down by your government and at the moment by our council, because it's not just about charities giving us laptops or charities rebooting laptops for us. Those laptops have to work for the students in our schools, and if they're not the right ones, and if we're not putting money into this, and if we're not making sure that our kids can get access to the internet, our kids have a laptop, then what on earth are we doing? Our children are being let down, and I'm really quite shocked that you don't think you want to get involved.
Where is the question?
Councillor Heather Scott, what is your point of order?
I'm asking where the question is.
Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. It doesn't have to be a question. It can be a comment.
Well, I can see
Do you want a question? No,
it doesn't matter. I mean, I think I've gathered what the question. Well,
hold on. Can everyone be quiet? What Councillor Lucas is. Like any member is allowed to make a comment. It doesn't have to have a question. Now she's made a comment. It's up to Councillor Clark whether he wishes to respond to that comment.
Just 2 points, really. I don't represent the people who are making the decisions in government. Yes, I'm a Conservative, but I don't, they are the people that are making the decisions, the MPs and the ministers, not me. As a portfolio holder for the council, we will work with the schools to enable them to get the best possible service from the council, with assisting the schools, which are basically all academies, to get the best outcome. So
okay, thank you.
That's all I can say on that.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Allen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two brief comments and then one question, if I may. Regarding the laptops, whilst I appreciate that laptops can only be provided as fast as they come off the production lines, bearing in mind the whole world is probably wanting laptops for their children, the Minister for Education said, I believe it was one day last week, all schools are getting what they asked for. Now knowing that the DOE are actually doing the allocating, and then the schools have to ask for that allocation, then would Councillor Clark agree with me that the Minister for Education's comment was indeed misleading? My second comment is regarding donation. A friend of mine actually offered to donate. She said she had a spare laptop at home. She would happily donate it. She was turned down on the fact that they want new laptops because they have to have certain programs obviously put onto them. But she felt very deflated because she really thought she would be helping a child, and ultimately she couldn't. So I don't know if there's anything that our council, Conservative councillors can do to ask their controlling body what can be done about that. Finally, my question, Councillor Clark, I'm quite happy for you to email me, but what I would like to know is what is the criteria being used by the DOA to actually determine what is considered disadvantaged children?
Thank you, Councillor Allison.
Okay.
Allen. Councillor Clark to respond.
Well, with the laptop, you mentioned about your neighbour. I mean, there are various schemes throughout the northeast where laptops are being recycled, but they're by sort of pretty specialised sort of IT firms, and there does come a point where an IT device or an old laptop becomes basically unrecyclable. And the cost to recycle it to what the standard is needed outstrips the cost to buy a new one. And I think you'll find that with most recycling areas that they do insist on certain levels of IT equipment that to take in and recycle. And you were right, actually, with your comment about laptops, etc. I mean, I'm sort of probably trying to equate it to when lockdown first started and you went into a supermarket and you couldn't get a toilet roll for love nor money. That does appear to be the situation at the country where, everyone is after, every school, every education department is after laptops at the moment. And that has been sort of mentioned. I'm not saying that's an excuse at all, but when demand outstretches, when the demand for something outstretches something, you are in this situation. On the last point, I'll reply to you with the rest of the questions that you asked, so it's all combined in one email. That'll make it easy for time.
Okay, thank you. I think that concludes it. Councillor Durham, you raised your hand but lowered it. Do you wish to? I don't wish to prolong this debate, but.
No, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Allen alluded to it, and Councillor Clark just commented on the global shortage in supply of laptops.
Okay, right. It's now 8:20. I'm going to propose a 7-minute break, comfort break, Okay. Apologies for the length of that. I didn't wish to interrupt Councillor Clark mid report feedback. So we will meet back here at 8:27. Okay. We're now live streaming, is that correct? Now, if I could move to item 8E, which is the overview of the Cabinet member with the portfolio for economy, and I'd invite Councillor Marshall to introduce his report. And my fingers are crossed, Councillor Marshall is back in the room.
I am indeed. Thank
Fantastic.
you, Mr. Mayor. I'd ask members to note the contents of my report on the economy portfolio, which has previously been circulated. Just a couple of points. First one is on para 21, the Kickstart scheme. Can I just draw members' attention to the fact that the numbers that are shown in the table are for requests of less than 30 that have been facilitated by Tees Valley Combined Authority. The numbers do not include Darlington companies taking on 30 people or more, as these are processed by the Department of Work and Pensions, and they are unable to provide us with figures at a local authority level. Secondly, on para 7 with the covered market, just to identify that there have been some delays to the roof repairs caused by the weather, the recent bad weather. The delays are within the float and the critical path has not been affected, and completion dates remain unchanged, and all traders are being informed by MAM of those changes. And lastly, something I didn't have time to put into the report, just a brief numbers on housing completions up until for October to December, the third quarter, 203 housing completions, which included 47 affordables, which are council properties, and the total to December is 440 completions, which compares to 476 in 2019 over the same period. And from January to March in the current quarter, there have already been 124 new starts. So the figures look quite promising.
Thank you.
And those are the only comments I wish to make.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Thank you. Any question? Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Marshall, as you know, I wrote to you earlier today regarding the exclusion of takeaways from the Council's COVID Additional Restrictions Grant, otherwise known as ARG. I've been approached by a fish and chip shop owner who's had to significantly reduce his business's opening hours, such that now it's fallen below the VAT threshold. All this whilst his costs continue to rise. He's really struggling. Takeaways, like taxi drivers and some other firms, are, however, barred from applying for Council ARG grant. To be clear, this is at the Council's discretion and not a guideline imposed by the government. I understand that the government's money which funds ARG is finite and that takeaways can continue to trade. But this is also the case for some other businesses that are eligible for Council ARG money. And as the shop owner pointed out to me, restaurants which can apply for ARG money are in many cases continue to operate themselves, either as takeaways or on a delivery basis. So can I ask Councillor Marshall, firstly, will you review the ARG framework to examine whether it's shutting out businesses in real distress where they have nowhere to go? And secondly, if this isn't possible, will you consider, as a matter of urgency, creating a separate hardship fund to which small businesses in distress can apply where they are otherwise shut out of the ARG as a sector? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Marshall, respond.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Wallace, and thanks for the advance notice of that question. It is a technical, and I'm in two minds whether just email everybody the responses, but I'll give you a brief response because I have quite an extensive one, which I can let you have. But to paraphrase it, the additional restrictions grant is a discretion, as you rightly say, which gives the council some flexibility to ensure that we get the maximum benefit to Darlington businesses. And we constantly keep the eligibility criteria under review. And as a result, we have decided to widen that criteria further, and we will be amending our website and to promote this change in the next few days. And it's likely to include repair and maintenance of motor vehicles, taxi businesses with property-related costs or without property-related costs, home-based businesses, etc. So there's quite an extensive list of them. And so that is a constant review. for those that do find themselves not able to claim the grant from the additional restrictions grant, there are, of course, other routes they can go, whether it's bounce back loans, job retention, the furlough scheme, or the self-employed income support scheme. However, if they can't access them, then that does leave them in a bad place, and I agree that some of those businesses are slipping through. And in short, I'm quite prepared to consider and discuss with you further about a hardship fund. I think it's something that has happened in other authorities, and I'll get back to you on that and see where it takes us.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall.
Thank you. Thanks very
Councillor
much.
Boddy. Councillor Boddy, please.
Councillor, thank you. Just on page 37 of your report, paragraph 4, Darlington Towns Fund. I was just wondering could I just flag up for the future, please, just one very tiny issue. As we approach the bicentennial of the Stockton and Darlington Railway, who knows what money we'll have for a celebration in 2025. But I wondered if at some stage in the developments involving the Towns Fund, if we might incorporate a statue to either George or Robert Stevenson or both in the improvements that we're planning for the streetscape in the town centre, simply because we don't know what celebrations we're going to be able to afford in 2025, and this might be a way of celebrating, of marking the bicentenary of the Stockton and Darlington Railway.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall, to respond.
Yeah, thanks, thanks, Councillor Boddy, and once again, thanks for the advance notice. It's something that we will look at. I can't give you an answer, obviously. Your suggestion is potentially up to 6 figures, and a glib answer is not good enough. So I will get back to you with a written answer when I get some more information. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Holroyd, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question relates to paragraphs 2 and 5 and any future potential funding bids around the kind of town centre. Proven ways to both increase high street land values and increase footfall in the town centre are measures to make them more pleasant places to be and to stay, increased pedestrianisation, increased trees, gardens and benches, subsidy for buses to help people reach the town centre, increased cycle routes and parking for them, and new priority footpaths for pedestrians. I hope that this evidence from other areas of the UK can be taken into account when planning other future bids, such as the High Street Fund and the Towns Fund. And the second point, are any other stakeholders to be consulted on the proposals that are being put forward? I can imagine that local shoppers, town centre users and potential town centre users who don't come into town currently, and of course we councillors, may also have valuable views on what they would like to see in the town centre and that might encourage them to use it more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Marshall, respond.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Holroyd. With regards to the High Street Fund, as it says, we're unsuccessful in this. There is a further future, a fund coming forward that we will be bidding for, and the lessons learned from this application that got so far after a lot of work by officers to get us there. Those lessons will be learned, and we will be making every effort to get a successful levelling up fund bid. That's for sure. With regard to the things that are going on within the town centre, yes, we had a meeting yesterday with the town centre reference group, and we put a presentation to them about all the changes, particularly in the yards. And we identified 2 of the traders there that we are putting together an activation plan, if you like, to reawaken the town centre when we're over this horrible time that we're all suffering. And we will make sure that there is wide consultation on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With reference to paragraph 4 of his report, paragraph 7 of his report, very grateful for the verbal report that he's given on the delays to the reef work at the indoor market. However, he may recall that Market Asset Management gave a presentation to a joint scrutiny committee back in August. At that meeting, MAM was invited to consider presenting a long-term vision for the outdoor market. The representative from MAM appeared willing, but since that meeting, no such vision has been forthcoming from MAM. I have asked at every subsequent scrutiny meeting since, but have received no update. So 6 months without vision. Will this council set out a plan to support our outdoor market and its traders? In the absence of such a plan, will this council consider locating the market back to more suitable sightings on High Row, West Row, Northgate and Bondgate? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Marshall, respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor McCollum. I will chase that for you with MAM and get that sorted out for you. With regards to the location of the outdoor market, we're still where we are because nothing's happening now at all with this lockdown, and we still have an agreement within Cabinet. We think that is the best place for it to be, but that doesn't to say we can't have a discussion and reassess that as well, and we'll keep that under review. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In his report to Council in November, Councillor Marshall confirmed that planning application for development around 12 Skinnergate would be submitted within several weeks. After the meeting, he also provided figures for the costs to date of the scaffolding as £27,840. As no mention is made in his report of progress on this issue, nor has a planning application been submitted as of this evening, please would the member update Council on the exact status of the development and unexpected date for submission of an application to planning and any reasons he can share for further delay to the development. If this project is delayed, does he have an estimate for the additional cost of scaffolding before this site is regenerated? Thank you.
Councillor Marshall, respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Lucas. We had one of the, hopefully the final meeting with Historic England to finalise the situation with their report. We've just entering into a contract to draw planning for the whole development. We're going to have that coming to planning, we hope, by the end of February. And if that has to go through a planning committee, that will take another 8 weeks to get through that. And then after that, construction, demolition first, of course, will have to follow on. As soon as we know where things are, we are planning to put in place a fairly comprehensive communications plan with all the businesses in Skinnergate, and we'll keep members involved and informed as well. But it is moving forward. It has been a lot of delay, and it has been because we haven't been able to get Historic England onto site because of COVID. They wouldn't come onto site. They've had absences and everything else. But last week, the planning manager, Dave Coates, met with Historic England, and things have now picked up again. And as I say, we're hoping that planning will be into the planning department by the end of February.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Marshall, for your report. I'll be interested in paragraph 21, and I appreciate your comments earlier that the data isn't complete, and it's a shame that we can't have the full detail, because I know that the government has allocated £2 billion to the Kickstarter scheme, creating 120,000 temporary jobs so far. Yet since it was announced in July last year, only 1,868 young people have managed to take up one of these placements. Employers complain frequently of lengthy and complicated processes, and any company wanting to create fewer than 30 placements has had to go through a gateway intermediary. So what I'd like to know is what steps is Councillor Marshall taking to accelerate this programme in Darlington and to ensure that every young person in Darlington who wants to can take a chance of taking up one of these temporary jobs. And also, what data we have regarding the businesses that are offering these placements, and in the future, could we see the data of retention? Are these the businesses of the future taking on new employers, or are they some businesses looking for some cheap employers? So if that data could be available in the future, I'd be very keen to see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Marshall, respond.
Mr. Mayor, thanks, Councillor Snedker. You and me both. I think that's fair enough. With regards to the Kickstart fees, as I said earlier, these are for the applications under 30 that have been done as an umbrella through Tees Valley as an umbrella organisation. I read in the press that that scheme is now being amended, and that people who want to take on less than 30 can now do so directly. They don't have to go through an umbrella application, if you like. I took some notes from an earlier question to the Children's Service about Kickstart, about see if we can get some data on the success rate of trainees, see how many have been retained and moving from placements for 6 months into permanent jobs. And I will endeavour to get that information and see whether we can use that as a regular reporting figure as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Marshall. I think finally we have Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a little chuckle to myself, Councillor Marshall, when you referred to the question about the outdoor market, is that nothing's happening at all? Because I'm pretty certain that's what the outdoor stall holders think is happening, absolutely nothing at all. However, that wasn't really what I wanted to comment on. One of the people that's, one of the members of the public, and forgive me, I didn't write down their name, asked a question earlier on about access routes into Skirningham, and your answer, if I can paraphrase you, was something along the lines of that you didn't want to put any more on the local plan in terms of defined access routes because you wanted developers to have the opportunity to come forward to express their preference. I absolutely understand that, but what I would put to you is that a local plan is in a sense a game of negotiation. The local plan is the local authority's view about what we would like to achieve, what we'd like developers to come and do in the local authority area over the next 35 years. And that's about defining development. It's also about defining access routes. So in as much as, yes, we do need to hear from developers about what they think is practical in terms of their ability to build or to develop or do whatever, it's also our opportunity as a local authority to put our view forward about what we think is the most appropriate way of developing and giving access in this instance. And then thereafter, there's a game of negotiation. So I do think you're being slightly disingenuous by saying we shan't or we shouldn't put anything in that local plan about our preferred access routes, because we could do so. And if we find that developers say, "Oh, that's not going to work, we need to look at something else," then there'd be a discussion to be had. So, Councillor Marshall, I do think your answer, whilst strictly speaking, is correct. I would assert that you could put something in a local plan that indicates the local authority's preference for access into that site.
Okay. Councillor Marshall to respond, if he sees fit.
Just a very quick response. I obviously disagree with Councillor Harker. The development is a private development. It's on land that they own. They have to come up and tell us what their infrastructure plans are. We don't even know where they're going to start developing on, or if they're going to. We've had no planning application. We can only decide on specifics. And if you want to make decisions on pie in the sky, Councillor Harker, then that's up to you. But we're not prepared to do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. If we can now move to item 8F, which is the overview of the Cabinet member with the portfolio for health and housing, I'd invite Councillor Kevin Nicholson to introduce his report. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the content of my report of the health and housing portfolio, which has previously been circulated. And in doing so, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a few comments. Firstly, I'd like to update members with the latest data relating to COVID-19. As of 9 AM this morning, we have had 5,925 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in Darlington. But as always, the caveat of that is this is from the very beginning of the pandemic up until now. Mr. Mayor, I want to acknowledge County Durham and Darlington NHS Foundation Trust, who have cared for 1,573 patients with COVID since the start of the pandemic. Mr. Mayor, Darlington Borough Council was the first authority in the region to launch community testing. It's a fantastic achievement, and it's an achievement that I am proud of. Our first site was operational on the 14th of December. The testing infrastructure is vital in helping to prevent the spread of infection within our communities by informing asymptomatic people more quickly, allowing them to self-isolate and prevent onward transmission. As of this morning, the Council have undertaken 12,515 tests across all of our sites in the borough and have identified 181 people who were asymptomatic with COVID-19. I would urge all members, particularly those members in outreach sites or sites adjacent to their ward, to do everything they can to drive up uptake. I was delighted that Her Majesty's Government recently recognised Darlington as having a gold standard in testing, both in capacity and capability. This is a credit to our officers who have worked tirelessly around the clock to set this function up. In relation to the COVID-19 vaccination programme, I'm pleased to inform members that our teams have been working closely with the Primary Care Network and the Local Resilience Forum to set up a vaccination centre at Feetham's House and have been operationally supporting the Primary Care Network throughout the pandemic rollout. All members will be aware the COVID-19 vaccination programme is not the responsibility of the local authority, but I see it as a shared endeavour and have offered the support of the local authority as such. And finally, I'm delighted to update members that we are taking a proactive approach in relation to climate change, and we've recently set aside £1 million out of the Housing Revenue account to deal with climate change. In addition to this, a further grant from the government has now been authorised, meaning that we'll have £2.5 million to help support tenants with energy efficiency in the years ahead. Happy to take questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. So I've got Councillor Tate. Councillor Tate, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to pass on some comments and thanks to Mike Crawshaw and his teams and everybody that was involved in setting up the community testing. We've got one in Firth-Moor. I've been twice myself, and the service that you receive once you get there from the staff that are involved and the volunteers is absolutely fantastic. So thanks very much to everyone involved with that.
Thank you, Councillor Tate, and I'd echo that. I don't know whether you wish to comment, Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, thank you for your comments, Councillor Tate, and I'll feed that back to Mike Crawshaw and his team.
Councillor Harker.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought there were others before me, hence I was...
All right, I do apologise.
No, that's okay.
Juggling.
Sorry, finding my piece of paper. I would agree with what the leader said, in particular at the beginning of the meeting about praising staff. It's been truly remarkable yet again what staff have done, having been asked to do a job, and the testing sites have been just an example of that. My question really is more about the underlying strategy of the testing. As colleagues know, we are in a period of pseudo-lockdown. Everyone is being asked to stay at home where possible. The government guidance for community testing currently states that, and I'll quote, during national restrictions, there are only a limited number of reasons for people to leave home, and therefore we are focusing our asymptomatic testing on those that are permitted to leave home for essential reasons who are at greater risk of catching the virus. In your own report, I think it's paragraphs 25 to 27, you described that we haven't got the capacity to do target testing of specific groups as per the government guidance because so many people are attending those walk-in centres. Ordinarily, I would agree that is a good thing, but I would put to you that it's not following government guidance at this point, and our own website hasn't been reflected to carry current government guidance to take into account that people, by and large, should be staying at home. And even in your report today, and even as you introduced the report, you were urging us to get all and sundry to go to the testing centres, and not just those who can't stay at home. So can I ask you, why has our messaging over community testing not being updated to reflect government guidance whilst we're in a period of semi-lockdown? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All I would say to Councillor Harker is he needs to go and check his information again. The information you've shared isn't correct. The government do encourage people to access. Well, you can nod all you like, get the information. I've had a direct link to the Secretary of State. What Darlington are doing here in Darlington is way outside of what any local authority are doing. Every other local authority in the Tees Valley and North East haven't even started their community testing at the moment. And I think the Leader of Opposition should be celebrating that, should be celebrating the fact that this council has stood up, has helped communities over Christmas make the right choices about the things that they do. And I find it very surprising that he's throwing out-of-date rules at me around COVID-19, I can assure you that we would encourage people during this national lockdown to be tested. The information that you're referring to refers to those areas that don't have the capacity that Darlington has in terms of getting tested. Okay. We do have the capacity to do that. I don't need you to come back, Councillor Harker. It's not something that you need to do.
I was going to try and move both of you. I was going to try and move the debate on. We've got
on a point of personal exclamation, could I just indicate that what I quoted, I read from the website today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Could I bring in Councillor Holroyd, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I refer to points 41 and 42 of the report. It's excellent news that the Housing Department has put aside funds to function as match funding for to attract more external funds around climate change and insulation to save our council housing residents money on their bills. There is indeed various external funding available, and I would encourage the department to develop shovel-ready schemes, because I know that some of the application windows are shockingly short. As a second point, I just again congratulations on the local authority delivery programme, and I'm hoping that we're successful in the second round of the scheme via TVCA. I understand that is to help all housing stock with low EPC ratings of E, F and G, and that can involve private sector housing as well as council housing. Could you clarify whether this will cover the Northgate project only, or would other residents with cold homes in other parts of the town be able to take part too? Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Thank you for your question, Councillor Holroyd. Yes, it is fantastic news that we've been successful, and there's so many, to coin a term from Councillor Hughes, there's so many acronyms around at the moment. I'm getting a little bit confused with them myself, but the LAD one seems to work well with me. So LAD one we have been successful for, which is really positive. In terms of how we'll use that in our capital programme, that hasn't been decided yet, and as I've said, it's come in conjunction with the stock modelling exercise that we've had undertaken, and when that tells us how we can best maximise the money that we've been successful in being awarded, we'll look at how we strategically deploy that. I don't want to make a comment about how that'll look until we have that reflected. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Can I bring in Councillor Wallace, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nicholson, the council last produced its Darlington profile in July 2019. You'll know that it contains all the key data on health, income and educational inequality that should drive policy across the council. Of course, COVID has rendered much of that picture obsolete. As we'll discuss later, the number of people on universal credit has gone up by nearly 90% in Darlington in the past year, and there will have been significant negative impacts on education attainment and health problems too, making bad situations even worse. When we emerge from COVID, it will be vital for the council to have a comprehensive picture of the new inequalities that face us so that we can target our resources accordingly. So can I ask Councillor Nicholson two questions? Firstly, what is he doing to ensure that the council is able to access reliable data as COVID ravages our community and our local economy? And secondly, will he commit to publishing a refreshed Darlington profile as soon as possible after the pandemic has passed, so that we can begin to plan across the authority for the post-COVID future? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Nicholson to respond.
I didn't get the last part of the second question.
Councillor Wallace, can you repeat last part of the question?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Will Councillor Nicholson commit to publishing a refreshed Darlington profile as soon as possible after the pandemic has passed, so that we can begin to plan across the authority for the post-COVID future?
Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. That's already in hand. Natasha Telford, one of our people working in that department, is looking into all of the things that you've raised, and absolutely, once it's published after out of COVID, we'll share that and we'll use that to base some of our decisions. I think any council who's going to be making decisions over the next 12 months about health, would be silly not to then re-reflect on the new data that we have. So absolutely, yes, we'll be doing that.
Thank you. Councillor Cousins.
think Councillor Layton was before me.
I'm making a hash of this, colleagues. Anyway, Councillor Cousins, you'll go. I'm sure Councillor Layton will be all right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nicholson, just with both of your sort of hats on, health and housing, just checking about our residents in the sheltered accommodation. The rollout of vaccinations, do they fall in the category of everybody else, or do they fall in like care home type scenario? I'd love you to explain, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councillor Cousins. In terms of the sheltered accommodation, it is a question that I've asked Pauline and the Director of Public Health about whether they can be, put into the cohort of people, like care homes are. There is a better medical infrastructure in care homes to be able to support that type of mass vaccination that took place at the start of January. Most people that I'm aware of in sheltered accommodation have been contacted as part of everybody over 85, now everyone over 70 and 75, then everyone over 70 as of next week, hopefully. So they are getting done, they're just not getting done in the same format as anybody else. But I would like to have seen them be part of that, but ultimately that's a decision for the primary care network to take, and they base that decision on, I'm guessing, medical profiles around entering those shared settings. So that's hopefully answered your question. There will be part of the cohort of everybody as ordinary are.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton. Okay. Can we move to, we'll come back to Councillor Layton. I don't know if she's got a technical problem.
Can you hear?
We can.
Right,
okay,
sorry.
Councillor Layton.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Nicholson, for your report. Just to follow on a little bit from Councillor Cousins' question, I was interested to know when groups of people in different care settings, like adults with learning difficulties and people with disability who either live in residential care or live in supported living, where they have carers going in and out of the care settings, when this group of people, because undoubtedly a lot of them will be sort of compromised with health issues that run alongside their other conditions, so they are a vulnerable group. And I think probably your answer might sort of be sort of similar to that of the one given to Councillor Cousins. But is it possible, to find out when these groups of people, like in the house behind me, there's a place called Hollyhurst, which is a residential home for adults with learning disabilities, and they seriously do need to be included in the vaccination programme because they've got carers going in and out and carers living in. So there is certainly a group of people that need to be considered as priority as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson, to respond.
Yeah, in relation to vaccines, again, it isn't a matter that I or the local authority control. It has been set by the government's JCVI process around the different levels of cohorts of people who would be eligible for vaccinations. So yeah, I mean, those people who care for people, I think the government announced that cohort number 6, where anybody who cares for somebody else between ages of 18 to 65, after those age groups have been done, they will then be able to apply as anybody else ordinarily if they're a carer receiving carers allowance. And I know that Darlington Carers are working with people locally when that cohort becomes available to then have those particular people vaccinated. But the best person to talk to is the mayor about this. He's he knows a bit more about it than I.
I'm not wearing that hat, Councillor Nicholson, tonight, but you can ring me at when this finishes after 10 o'clock or in the morning. Hint, hint. All right. No. Happy to have a discussion with anybody. Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Could I bring in Councillor Boddy, please?
Yes, I just wanted to check one very minor detail at page 44, paragraph 35. It was just a reference to arrears. And if you can't tell me today, that's fine. Just email me about this. But there's a figure of 17.2 million in rent. Does that is that the greater figure for rent for the period, or is that arrears, historic arrears? It wasn't quite clear. That was all I wanted to clear that up, really.
Councillor Nicholson to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Buddy. I believe it's, if I've got the right report, it's paragraph 35. Is that what you meant about the 17.2 million of rent collected? That's substantive rents.
Yes, that's substantive rent.
Yeah, okay. It's substantive rents of which does include age debt, which is rent that we collect as course of ordinary collections. And I did have a comment from a member, obviously making the judgment that the 1%, just short of 1%, isn't something to be something to be celebrated as such. And I think that was a lack of understanding of the fact that we're talking about 17.2 million, and I wouldn't mind having 0.5% of that, to be honest. So it just highlights the hard work of our housing teams in this, in my view, in these difficult circumstances of having conversations with our tenants and trying to engage with our customers. And that isn't the case across some other social housing settings. And I'm really proud that they are working very hard to support our tenants. So yes, it's rent that we've collected as part of the year.
Thank you, Councillor. If I could move now to Councillor Heather Scott.
The boss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in response to the comment that Councillor Harker made, I've gone onto the website today, National Lockdown Stay at Home, updated today. Councillor Harker, it says, medical reasons, you can leave home for a medical reason, including to get a COVID-19 test, which includes lateral flow tests for medical appointments and for emergencies. I would not like the wrong information to go out from this council. It is there in the legislation and it's been updated today, Councillor Harker. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Well, that was addressed to Councillor Nicholson. Do you any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Stott, for clarifying that. It's very, very helpful. I've had a few text messages at the moment about that particular issue, and I'll just say the most polite one, which was do people watch the news? But that's it. Thanks.
Okay, can I bring in Councillor Scott Durham, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nicholson, just going back to paragraph 35, there was obviously a lot of focus earlier on when in the early part of last year when we wrote off considerable amount of housing rent arrears which had been incurred up to 2019, and it's really encouraging. Based on the comments within this report, that the balanced approach is reaping dividends. I've just run some fact packet numbers, and it looks as though in terms of the percentage rate, we are up to where, and we're including where we need to be. So I really look forward to the detail on this.
Thank you, Councillor. Any comment, Councillor Nicholson?
No, just thank you for the feedback, and I'll mention that to the team. They're all
brilliant. Okay. Fantastic. Councillor Curry, I think that's the final question.
Thank you. Item number 37 about the rough sleepers count. A few weeks ago, we were emailed by a resident about somebody he'd found sleeping in a slightly wooded area off the edge of a road. Did we ever contact him? I know he provided a 3 words placement from the app. And I don't know, was he ever contacted, or was he ever found, or could he possibly have been one of these 2 people who are sofa surfers?
Good luck with that one, Councillor Nicholson.
Oh, well, I know about it.
Brilliant.
I can give a comprehensive update, but it's not appropriate to give that to members now because it involves people's confidentiality. Right. The officers did respond to that particular incident and found some issues and dealt with those. But I'm not able to give a further update to members about that. But what I can say is our housing officers do respond to calls of people who are homeless, and these particular numbers don't include that particular individual. But if you want an update from the Director of Housing, I think I promoted her there. Not yet. The Assistant Director of Housing, she's more than happy to give you one of those outside of this forum.
Thank you. And I think finally, I've said this before, Councillor Darian Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
just listening to all of these questions and answers, I'd just like to say personally a thank you to you, Kevin, for everything that you pushed on. I know the council are working really, really hard, but getting these floor tests in and getting these centres set up with Mike and everyone in the council, it actually really is saving lives. And I think from those questions and answers that people have been asking there, you've not had enough recognition for that. So I just wanted to come on and say that, because actually this town is doing amazing, and we're the lowest one in the Tees Valley and the North East. And we all should be, every member of council should be that proud of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. You may wish to respond, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Wright. It's very kind, and I'll pass those comments on to the team. And I think the job, as I think Councillor Wallace reminded us a few months ago, of council is to hold cabinet members to account. And I can assure every member of council that I take my job exceptionally seriously, and I treat it as a duty, not a job. And rest assured, I spend my waking hours worrying about the future of this town, both now and in terms of COVID. So thank you for those comments, and it's welcome. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Now, if we can move to if we could now move to item 8G, which is the overview of the Cabinet Member with the Portfolio for Local Services. I invite Councillor Keir to introduce his report. Councillor Keir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to ask members to note the content of the report on the local services portfolio, which has been previously circulated. I would like to say just a couple of words on item 1 on the Stockton and Darlington Railway. At the last meeting we had, I had some questions from Councillor Snedker, and I said I would go away and have a look at his views on the actual route from the A66 up towards Middleton St George. I have done that. I've spoken with various officers, and they've given me some responses as to the technical nature of the paths, etc., where it's windstone. I'll not go into that, sir. Mr. Mayor, I'll send that to Councillor Snedker in writing. A couple of points, though. I think some of the comments that were made about the surface being appalling and terrible, it must have been churned up with horses. There is part of that is actually part of it is a bridleway. The horses are entitled to go on, but the design of the path is with the windstone that eventually it compacts in, so that shouldn't be an issue as the path ages. The surface. Horses are allowed on the section because it is a bridleway. One other thing was the person who reported to Councillor Snedker, where he said he must be braver than me riding along there, and I'm not an athlete. Obviously, with Councillor Snedker being a cyclist, a very well-renowned cyclist, that puts forward a view that it could be dangerous. I mean, whether he meant that or no, I don't know, but certainly hearing that for a cyclist when he says I'm not an athlete, then it says, well, the ordinary person can't really go up that cycle route because it's perceived, in my perception, that it was dangerous. I don't know. I think there was some early doors before the actual path was actually completed. I know that some people did go up the path before it was completed. So that may well have been at the time the person that reported this to him done that, because I've walked the path, and it's fine. It's a for a rural setting. It's no tarmac, but the design of the path has gone through the Bridleway people, Darlington Association of Disability as well, and the Countryside for All Good Practice. So that design of path is correct in that setting, and if you walk up it, Councillor Snedker, I'm hoping that you'll get the same view as me that it is a good deal. We've had several testimonials for people writing in and saying it's great. One person on an electronic wheelchair sent a letter in saying that it lets him and his wife actually go out now and go into the countryside because they can go up the path. There was a cyclist. I mean, I was up at. I'll leave it at that. I think the view. I'm just trying to get across to you that I have looked at it. The path is to design standards, and it is in good nick, as I would think. And okay. I'll send you a written response.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. We've got Councillor Curry and then Councillor Wallace and Councillor Holroyd. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. The item number 23 and 24, the garden waste. I'm really pleased to see that numbers have gone up, and I do hope they go up again. It was welcome that they extended, because it was delayed in starting in 2020 because of the COVID situation, and it was extended to December. I think that went down very, very well with residents in the town. And I'm really pleased that you've given us some idea of how the garden waste is being used. I think that's very, very useful, and hopefully this will continue. I am passing out the word. I've had a request to renew my subscription, but are we going any further than just online services and the one Darlington? Are we getting it out any further, the advertising for the garden waste collection?
Thank you. Councillor Keir to respond.
We'll look at any ideas you can give us, Councillor Curry. But obviously, you know, we'll get it in One Darlington, we'll have it on the website, etc. Word of mouth will be great. I'm hoping to get that councillors will also let their residents know as well. And if you have anything else, other mediums that you want me to have a look at that, then we can do that, no problem. The more people that know about it, the better.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some good news, Councillor Keir. Last week, I think 210 whips or very small trees were planted back of Belsay Walk in Horton and Springfield, and I know there's another similar number to go in Rockwell Pastures tomorrow. And this continues a policy that was developed under the previous administration. It's good to see this administration continuing with it. I'd make the point, however, that it's important that there's good community involvement in how where these trees are planted, how they're planted, so there's real ownership. If they simply appear out of nowhere, you are not going to get the community buy-in, which will be essential to keep the trees safe, so people are watching out to make sure there's no vandalism, but also to further enhance those areas. So can I please just stress how important it is to work with local councillors and with the residents immediately around these green spaces to make sure that the council are doing the right thing and in the right place. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Keir to respond.
Yep, absolutely agree with you 100% on that. I think it's a bit limited just now, Councillor Wallace, you know, getting people out there, and what we've been doing in partnership with the Darlington Tree Project, for example, we've been putting out a call to the volunteers of that particular group to limit it so that we can socially distance, etc., etc. The ideal would be that you have folk for the community going and attending there and letting them plant their own trees and getting some sense of that ownership, some sense of belonging with the trees and being there. So absolutely I agree with what you're saying, and I think the more communication we get out there, the better.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My question refers to paragraph 5, the update on the car parking charges. Despite previous discussion at full council when this was discussed, I can't recall if it was last time or the one before, highlighting that subsidising car parking was neither good value for money nor and it also actively works against Darlington meeting our climate change targets, air pollution, road danger and active travel aims. It's therefore saddening to see that TVCA funds are nevertheless being used for this purpose. I'd therefore like to just state my dissatisfaction with this and a preference that this funding instead be used to improve accessibility of the town centre to those who are not in a financial position to own or run a car, such as bus subsidies, improved walking and cycling routes, and also ensure that data is gathered to prove the effectiveness or otherwise of parking subsidies in getting more shoppers to visit and spend in the town centre. When this subject has been raised in the past, Councillor Keir has hinted that support for urban bus users was in the pipeline. Can he shed any light on when this support might arrive? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Keir, respond.
I think we'll obviously disagree on the value in this current situation. Car travel is a key key mode of transport for people getting into the town centre, and I don't think it's I don't think it's an issue just now. I think we should be allowing people to come in by their cars and making it as easy as possible for people to come into the town centre for businesses, and a car is a means by which most people do use it. And the fact that we got the funding from TVCA, whether you think it's good value for money or no, I think the businesses in the town would hope to see as many people coming into the town as possible, and as buses just now are restricted for travel, it's not a case of the buses are full. Are no full. It's a case of the buses cannot be full. It's a capacity issue there. So people will either come in their car to the town centre, or they'll go somewhere else in their car. I think you've seen the plans for the cycle route coming into the town and the Woodland Road area. And as we go forward, I think that balance of getting as many people into the town through various routes, I think is correct. I think we've got to support active travel and get some cycle routes in there, etc. Absolutely, we've got to have a look at the buses as to what the capacity requirements are in there, and make sure that there are buses available to do it. The buses themselves are a TVCA deal.
Thank you for a comprehensive
so we'll have to go
response,
with that.
Councillor Keir.
Okay.
Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Keir, for your offer to email me with some more details about the cycle route. As soon as I can get out there, I will have a look at it again. So thank you very much for sort of heading off one of my questions. Very time efficient. However, I did want to speak on paragraphs 23 and 24, echoing what Councillor Curry said about the garden waste. Residents in College Ward value the service very highly, and they're reassured to see their garden waste being put to good use. And the 1,648 tonnes diverted from the incinerator would have saved us something like 200,000 in gate fees. So that's good. So given this enthusiasm from the public for recycling and the potential cash savings, could I ask what work is being done to explore the opportunities offered by curbside food waste recycling in the borough? These opportunities are to see this food waste recycled rather than burnt, and an opportunity for the council to save money.
Thank you. Councillor Keir, respond.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we're at present the food content in the waste is part of the process over with the people that use it. Councillor Snedker, as we move forward, I think we'll be forced by legislation to take the food and have a separate bin for food. And we obviously, as that legislation starts to come to the fore, we will be looking at best practices in other places and to look at the best way how it would fit for Darlington. So it isn't a radar. We've not actually done anything specific about it yet, but certainly it's on the radar, and as legislation comes up, then we'll obviously have to take account of that, and you guys will be more than you'll be informed as it comes along, and we'll be looking for your input.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. We've got Councillor Durham and then Councillor Renton. I think that's it. Councillor Durham?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's really good to see that a comment has been made about the food waste, and as it has been part of my day job within waste and recycling. Councillor Keir and I have had various comments on that, but as you've mentioned, national legislation and funding will drive that. Just going back to paragraph 23, in terms of the garden waste collections. I myself signed up for this year, being one of that 7,160. Just a question for Councillor Clee, and I appreciate you might not be able to answer it. Have we got any possible capacity issues? Because obviously these windrows do take up significant space.
I have not heard of any just now, Councillor Durham, but what we'll do, I'll ask that question and I'll get your response.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. Finally, Councillor Renton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say what a great job our refuse collection teams have done over the sporadic snow periods we've been having. In more cases than not, they've been on time and always with a smile.
Thank you. Excellent. That's us done with you, Councillor Keir.
Am I not getting a chance to respond?
Oh, I do apologise. I'm trying to kick the can down the road further. Go on, Councillor Keir.
No, thank you for that, Councillor Britton. I think the whole council will applaud the work done by the folks in the waste collection. I think they did a smashing job under adverse conditions. So I'd just like to give praise to them officially in this forum. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'd all agree with that. But thank you, Councillor Keir. If I could move now to item 8H, the overview of the Cabinet member with the portfolio for resources, and invite Councillor Johnson to introduce his report. Councillor Johnson. Charles?
Start again. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the content of my report on the resources portfolio, which has been previously circulated. Now, I would like to point out in perhaps 1 minute some of the positive actions that the Council has made or benefited from during 2020. There's a balanced 4-year budget going forward to Council on the 18th of February. Our COVID costs to date have been fully funded by government. Business grants can continue with a further 4.8 million from government. Capital projects, surveys, design, business case and demolition are underway. Continual property acquisitions to support the town centre and Banktop station renovation plans. The government support for furlough arrangements continue until April 2021. The clear success of virtual meetings will legally end in May, however, it is likely to be extended. And finally, the annual canvass was completed and a new electoral roll published at the end of December. I move my report and at the same time wish to thank the resources and finance staff for all their hard work during 2020. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I'd echo your comments and thanks to staff who've put a shift and a half in, so to speak. We've got Councillor Harker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There were 2 others in front of me again. However, as you've called me, I wanted to make a comment to Councillor Johnson in terms of the elections, and there was some discussion earlier on in the meeting. Quite clearly, when the government's in a bind about this, elections last year were postponed, so some elections have already been delayed by a year, and therefore there's a case that we do need to have them. But on the other hand, there is safety of residents and our staff in conducting those elections. Government seems to be saying that they won't entertain all postal votes, but I think it's right that the local authority is encouraging residents to apply for postal votes. You've been an election agent as much as I have, so you know as much as me that it takes a long time for the election staff at the town hall to prepare for the elections. It is a long process. It needs to be done carefully, and there are particular difficulties this year. My question to you is that will you commit to writing to government to express concern that there is currently a lack of guidance about are they going to take place? And if they are going to take place, will there be flexibility to enable them to help safely? There have been a number of things discussed nationally, possibly by government behind closed doors, but they do need to give us a steer. And some of the examples have been all postals, or, for example, allowing elections to be held over a number of days so that you don't have a large number of people needing to vote on the same day. So my question to you is that will you write to government to express your concern in local authority staff being able to plan elections safely, and also to ask and demand, I guess, guidance about how they can be held more safely in these strange times?
Thank you. Councillor Johnson to respond.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The staff are currently working on the elections, which are scheduled for May, but there is always speculation that they may not happen. We don't know that. And yes, it would be useful to get some government guidance as to the finality of the decision. It's difficult to speculate ahead of time. And I think the election staff have particularly taken advice on the protection of participants against any virus issues. So as we speak, we're doing the best we can. I think it's all pretty well organised, and the plan is for safe participation. But I have no problem in writing to the government.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I bring in Councillor McCollum? In doing so, I'll just apologise for bringing Councillor Harker in. I'm trying to manage it on this screen here, so it can be challenging, but we're getting there. Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you're doing a good job, by the way.
Thank you.
To Councillor Johnson, with reference to paragraph 9 regarding the extension of the furlough scheme until April 2021. At the last council meeting, Councillor Johnson referred to the successful bid for Arts Council funding to cover the cost of the Hippodrome until March 2021. May I ask if he has an update on further funding to support our leisure and culture staff while their offerings remain remote? Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McCollum. Councillor Johnson, respond.
I'm sorry to tell you we don't have any further offers at this point in time.
Thank you. Can I move now to Councillor Layton?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your report, Councillor Johnson. I just have a question regarding paragraph 5, the test and trace support payments. And in acknowledging our gold standard test and trace success in Darlington, I'd like to ask about how well we follow on with support for the test and trace payments to the people who do their part, go and get tested, and then they're obliged then to self-isolate. We do well as a council in supporting local business, and it's heartening to see that 2,200 local businesses have had support to the tune of £29,800,000 in the last year. And this is what we need to move forward once, the pandemic is over. But equally important are the very people who are doing their part and finding themselves having to stay off work in order to fulfil their obligation to the NHS. Now, not everybody is actually qualifies for the £500 track and trace payments that the government have provided money for, and indeed people who don't receive work-related benefits or who are self-employed actually have to apply for special grants from the local authorities, and these are actually at the discretion of each council. And having read reports from around the country, there have been problems with people obtaining them. So, I mean, you can possibly answer in an email, but I would like to know, of the £101,500 that have been awarded by the council, what proportion of that was actually sort of discretionary payments from the council? And if possible, can you let us know how many people actually applied? I understand there's 203 awards, but how many people have applied but failed to meet the criteria of the council? Because I think in going forward, we need to support not only the businesses, but we need to support the individuals. And working on the back of our excellent tracing service and testing service, we need to make sure that they're not disincentivised and that people will actually go.
Councillor Layton, I'm all right. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, Councillor Layton. Yes, the discretionary grants I will look into, and I will get back to you in writing. And also the number of applications, or the percentage of the 203 out of whatever applications came through. So I will respond to you on that.
Okay, Councillor Keir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's really a comment to Councillor Johnson, but it's in response to Councillor McCollum. I think Councillor McCollum, the council has applied for a bid in respect to the Hippodrome for the second portion, and the results of that should be hopefully coming through fairly soon. So they have applied for that. So the council are going forward with that. So hopefully we get that bid to secure the Hippodrome after this funding completes.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Keir. Okay, that concludes item 8, Councillor Johnson's report. If I could move now to item 8, just hold on for clarification, 8.2, which is revision to the council's senior management structure. And the report has been circulated to all members. I now call on Councillor Mrs. Scott to move the recommendations and speak to the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the recommendations as detailed in paragraph 7 of the submitted report be approved. And just in speaking to the report, this has obviously went through the cabinet meeting. It was agreed unanimously in the cabinet meeting. The leaders of all the opposition groups were consulted in the structure. The new structure is attached at the end of the report. And as you're aware, the appointments have been made for the chief executive and 2 of the senior officers, and the interviews for the other post will take place in February. The structure fits in very well with the new council plan, and I would hope that all members will approve this. I think this is the way for us to move forward. We've been able to do this with not costing anything else for the local authority, but obviously putting a message out to our staff who have been able to improve their have moved up the scale. Sorry, I've got a frog in my throat. But obviously it sends the message across that we are a good local authority. We do appreciate the work that our staff do, and it does give them an opportunity for advancement. So I would just hope that all members would agree to the report. And as I say, I've moved the recommendations in paragraph 7.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mrs. Scott. Is that seconded? Seconded. It's been seconded. Are there any questions to the Managing Director of a technical or factual nature on the report? Councillor Boddy. Councillor Boddy.
Yes, at item page 59, item 26, the appointment. Could I ask, please, was that advertised, and if so, where?
Mr. Wildsmith to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, the posts weren't advertised externally. They were an internal, subject to the restructuring report.
Okay, thank you.
On mute, Mr. Mayor.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
I now invite members to enter into debate on the report. Discussion, rather, on the report. Any hands up here? Okay, no comments, no discussion. I now ask members who do not support the recommendations moved by Councillor Mrs. Scott to indicate by raising their electronic hand. So if you don't agree, raise your electronic hand. There are none. Okay, can I can confirm that no one is against the recommendation. So can members in favour raise your electronic hand now? Thank you, colleagues. That is carried. Item number 8J is that scintillating, exciting report, the mid-year Prudential Indicators and Treasury Management Monitoring Report 2020-21. The report has been circulated to all members. I now call on Councillor Johnson to move the recommendations and speak to the report. Councillor Johnson. You're on mute, Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How much do I really like this?
You love it.
This report has previously been to Audit Committee and to Cabinet and is the statutory mid-year update on prudential indicators and Treasury Management Strategy. It deals with all legal regulations and codes that the Council must abide in, determining the Council is compliant, legal of high standards in its financial management. Particularly borrowing is affordable and key activities are reported. Overall, there's a reduction in capital expenditure and subsequent borrowing, mainly due to the pandemic, with a number of housing schemes being delayed. I move my report as recommended in paragraph 6 for the reasons given in paragraph 7.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Is that seconded? Excellent. Are there any questions to the Assistant Director Resources of a technical or factual nature of the report? Any technical questions? I'd now invite members into discussion on the report. Any question, any comment? No, no need to reply, Councillor Johnson, because nobody's commented. I would ask for members who disagree to raise their hand. There is no disagreement. I would ask those members who are in agreement to raise their electronic hand now. That is carried, colleagues. Moving now to item number 9 I apologise. Item number 9 is to consider the overview reports of the scrutiny committees, and these reports have been circulated previously. I will invite each scrutiny chair in turn to speak, and members will then be given the opportunity to comment and ask questions. That is with the exception of Councillor Bell, who cannot dial in. And consequently, any questions will be directed at Councillor Donoghue. Hopefully, Councillor Bell has warned Councillor Donoghue of this. So if we could move now to item 9A, overview of Adult Scrutiny Committee. I invite Councillor Curry to introduce her report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the content of my report on the working of the Adult Scrutiny Committee, which has been previously circulated.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Any question or comment for Councillor Curry, please? No? Item 9B is the overview of Children and Young People's Scrutiny Committee. I invite Councillor Cindy Hughes to introduce her report. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would invite members to note the content of my report on the working of the Children and Young People's Scrutiny Committee, which has been previously circulated. And in so doing, I'd just like to quickly point your attention to paragraph 3 and to hold my hands up and say I'm really sorry, but this paragraph has made its way into the report. I accept responsibility, but we didn't actually take this decision. We focused only on the children's services portion of the MTFP, and our vote dealt only with that aspect. Having reviewed the video of the committee, the children's services recommendation in relation to the MTFP, it only dealt with that section, and also committee instructed that our comments on that part of the consultation be sent in writing as part of the overall consultation. I've discussed this interpretation with the Vice Chair of the Scrutiny Committee, and he concurs. So just to say, the committee will have the opportunity at our meeting on the 1st of March to review those minutes and take our decision, but I didn't want to mislead Council tonight thinking that we actually had done what paragraph 3 says. So okay. I believe the rest of the report is an accurate reflection of the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any question or comment, please? Councillor Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As chair of the Economy and Resources Scrutiny Committee, that wasn't raised at the recent meeting where all chairs' considerations were taken into account before the Economy and Resources Scrutiny Committee took deliberation and then formulated their proposal to Cabinet.
Thank you, Councillor Durham. Councillor Cindy Hughes to respond.
Councillor Durham, when I did appear before the Economy and Resources Committee, I spoke only to the Children's Services budget lines. I said nothing on behalf of committee in relation to the rest of the MTFP. Clearly, members will make their own minds up about the parts that have been included, but I came to make representations only in relation to the Children's Services budget lines. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any further question or comment? Councillor Scott, Heather Scott.
Just on a point of procedure, because obviously the recommendations, as Councillor Durham has said, from the Resources Scrutiny Committee has gone to Cabinet, which will now be going forward to the meeting in February. I don't know when the Children and Young People Scrutiny Committee is, but it's a bit after the event when, the rest of the decision. So I think procedurally we will have to be quite sure about how that is dealt with.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're on mute, just to clarify for you.
Yeah, can everyone just can everyone please pause for a moment while I confer with the borough solicitor on an issue of process, particularly given what the leader has just stated. Having conferred, this is not relevant. We've had a report presented. We've been asked to note it. The other issues can be dealt with outside of the meeting. Okay, move progress. Any further question or comment on the report that's been circulated? No. Item 9E, overview of the Health and Housing Scrutiny Committee. Invite Councillor. No, I won't invite Councillor Bell because I've indicated he's not present. If colleagues who will have read the report have any questions, Councillor Donoghue will seek to answer them. Oh, right. Okay. Can we rewind the tape, colleagues? I do apologise profusely. Right. Councillor Harker's smiling at my failure. Can we return, please, to item 9D, which is the overview of the economy? No, right.
Try again. Mr.
Yeah, I am trying. Right. Item 9C, overview of the Communities and Local Services Scrutiny Committee. Councillor Renton, could you introduce your report, please? We're getting there.
I'm pretty certain you forgot me last time as well.
I think once is a mistake, twice is a coincidence, and thrice is a habit. Carry on, Councillor Renton.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask the members to note the content of the report on the working of the Communities and Local Services Scrutiny Committee, which has been previously circulated. In doing so, I would like to say a few words. We've had a busy 6 weeks since the last full council. In committee, we've reviewed, among other things, the Northgate Initiative and Backlanes projects. We held a task and finish on the School Streets Initiative, and we also held another session without officers to agree the recommendations. We had an informal session with staff from the head of STEAM to get an idea of how plans are progressing as part of the 2025 task and finish, and all who attended thought the news was very positive. We also have a very busy schedule in February and have even got some more task and finishes in the pipeline, which I'm sure Democratic staff will be pleased to hear. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Renton, and apologies again. Any questions for Councillor Renton on his report? No, thank you. Move now to item 9D, which is overview of economy and resources. Councillor Durham, could you introduce your report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to know the content of my report on the working of the Economy and Resources Scrutiny Committee, which has previously been circulated. There is a comment right at the very end in terms of a discussion, a meeting with the chair of the Children and Young People Scrutiny Committee and yourself. Just to let members be aware that I've spoken to the chair of the Children and Young People Scrutiny Committee, and I appreciate there's an in-depth piece of work over the impact of COVID-19. The chair said once this has been undertaken, we could reconvene and discuss the best way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And you've reminded me to have a chat with the pair of you about how we progress this and specifically what I need to do. Any question or comment, please, for Councillor Durham? No. Item 9E, overview of health and housing, as previously reported. Councillor Bell is not present. Councillor Donoghue will answer any questions. I'm presuming all members have read the scrutiny report. Any questions or comment? Okay, that concludes item 9. Colleagues, we now move to item 10, which is notice of motion. And there is one motion with notice for consideration this evening. And I call upon Linda Hughes to move her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and keep this brief. I'm conscious of the time.
And it has been circulated, but
yes, but I obviously have to read it out. So the motion is: this council notes this April the government planned to cut the benefit level for millions of claimants by the ending of the time-limited increase to the basic rate of universal credit and the tax credit equivalent, announced by the Chancellor on the 20th of March 2020 as part of his pandemic response package. The £20 a week boost reflected the reality that the levels of benefit were not adequate to protect the swiftly increasing number of households relying on them as the crisis hit. Exactly because that increase was a very significant and welcome move to bolster low and middle income families' living standards, its removal will be a huge loss. Pressing ahead would see the level of unemployment support fall to its lowest real terms level since 1990 to 91, and its lowest ever relative to average earnings. Indeed, the basic level of out-of-work support prior to the March boost was at £73 a week, which amounts to £3,800 a year, less than half the absolute poverty line. The increase in benefits have had a positive effect on the lives of thousands of local claimants who are better able to pay for life's essentials such as food, clothing and utilities. The local economy has also benefited from the increase in benefit levels as claimants spend their money locally, thereby supporting local businesses and jobs. This council resolves to write to the Chancellor Rishi Sunak and to the Prime Minister Boris Johnson, demanding that the £20 increase to universal credit is made permanent and extended to claimants on legacy benefits. Work with the local government organisations to form a coalition to pressure the government to make the £20 increase to universal credit permanent. Thank you. And I'd just like to speak to the motion. Is that correct? So. Yeah. In supporting this motion, I'd just like to say that the decision to increase universal credit and working tax by £20 was the right thing to do at the start of the pandemic caused by COVID-19, and it's the right thing to continue to do so now, and should also extend the benefit to those on legacy benefit who are not in receipt of any uplift, the majority of whom are disabled, sick or carers. To cut adrift almost 10,000 residents in Darlington on universal credit, of whom just under 4,000 are actually in work, is the wrong decision. And it's quite right that as a council, we raise this with government. As councillors, we are the voice of our residents, and it would be negligent of our duties as advocates if we didn't speak up for them. We face a long road to recovery, with unemployment projected to rise to 7.5% in Q2 of this year, as outlined by the Chancellor in his November spending review. This is just as the £20 lifeline is planned to be cut and unemployment is predicted to remain high for many years. There's not one of us can say that we don't use publicly funded services and support systems like education, roads, railways and the NHS. And our public services, such as our welfare system, are especially important to people who are struggling. We need to strengthen these supports to solve poverty and make sure everyone has a decent life. Many of the new claimants in Darlington will be self-employed people who, through no fault of their own, because they've only been trading since 2019, have had to fall back on the universal credit system rather than on the business grants that have been made available to businesses. Others will be individuals on furlough and recent graduates who've seen the job market available to them virtually disappear overnight. The government must support families to get back on their feet rather than increasing susceptibility to debt and harm to mental and physical health by cutting incomes at the time of a greatest need. If nothing else, this pandemic has shown us that none of us know what's around the corner, and we all need an adequate social security system that we can rely on. Throughout this pandemic, people receiving legacy benefits have unjustly been excluded from the £20 uplift, despite most of them being disabled, sick or carers. The majority of people who claim disability benefits are on legacy benefits, rather than universal credit, and are amongst the most vulnerable in our society. It's only right that people claiming legacy benefits should be shown the same £20 lifeline as people in similar circumstances now claiming universal credit. There's also been talk of giving a one-off payment at the end of March to those on the uplift. This won't solve the issue, as what happens to those who are new claimants who will inevitably fall through the trapdoor due to job losses. Yes, there is a cost to this policy, but social security spending boosts consumer spending more effectively than other policies because it's quick to administer and targets money towards those at the bottom end of the income and wealth distribution. Families on low incomes need to allocate more of their budgets to essentials, so they spend a higher share of any additional income than those earning more who can afford to save a greater proportion. Investment targeted towards the lower end of the income distribution is more likely to end up back in the economy than measures targeted to those at the mid to higher end, for example, in tax cuts. It's a fact that an impetus targeted at those in the bottom half of the wealth distribution or the unemployed is 2 to 3 times more effective increasing spending in the economy than the same impetus focused on the whole population. Economics aside, it's the correct thing to do to support our communities and help them when our need is greatest. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes, Linda Hughes. Could I ask, is there a seconder? Is that Councillor Cindy Hughes?
Yes, it is, Mr. Mayor. I would formally second the motion and I reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Okay, I now invite members to enter into discussion on the motion, please. Councillor Heather Scott, please, Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And obviously, we, as the Conservative group, we're very pleased to support the motion. I think we all acknowledge that we don't know when the pandemic is going to end. We have to do everything that we possibly can to help the people, and particularly as leader of Darlington Council, it's my responsibility to do everything that we can to support the people in Darlington. I think there are people who are struggling because they're slipping through the net. And I think in all of this, we have to remember those people who are only just managing as well. I think there are lots of things that we have tried to do from the local authorities' point of view, and I think it's been mentioned tonight, the bread and butter thing, the uniforms and support for families. And I think it is important that, yes, there are people on universal credit, but there are those families who maybe are just managing. And I think that we have to do everything that we possibly can to support those. And I think I did make a comment that Park East is one of the areas where the most of the people are on universal credit. We are about to open up another bread and butter thing on Skern Park towards the end of this month. So I think that will help residents as well. But I think it's something that we all have to work together as a local authority. And I would hope that all members will support this motion. I'm not going to get into the national politics of it because as far as I'm concerned, our main concern is for the people of Darlington. And I think it's up to every ward councillor to do everything that they possibly can to assist the people that are in their wards. We have made extra funds available for people. We put money via the CAB so that people could apply for the hardship fund. So I think you all have a responsibility to make sure that the people in your wards who are struggling do get access to any available support that is there. And I would urge every ward councillor to do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I bring in Councillor Dalston, please?
I won't be a minute. Can you hear me?
Crystal clear.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also broadly accept this motion. However, I would like to make it known that I'm not supporting it word by word, but the essence of what it is asking us to do. The Leader of the Council and myself regularly meet with both Paul Howell MP and Peter Gibson MP as we continue to support our communities. Our work and relationships have ensured that Darlington's voice is heard loud and clear, not only in Parliament, but also with ministers and government. I am confident that the Conservatives' influence and input into government policy has never been as strong as it currently is in Darlington. I am concerned, however, by the Labour Party's focus on those on universal credit, as I know that those in need of support is more wide-ranging, and this I am pleased to share with members as some of the things that we are doing to support families and those most in need. Again, the bread and butter thing is a fantastic example of innovative ways we are supporting families. People using this scheme get a bag of fresh perishables, a bag of fresh fruit and vegetables, a bag of ambient products, which are a retail value of approximately £35, which actually costs the resident £7.50, a saving of £27.50. I am pleased that 9,300 families have signed up to this project over the last year. Again, Mr. Mayor, I would like to reiterate that this has provided over 260,000 meals to families across Darlington. Another burden on low-income families is the cost of uniform, and that is why in the early summer we stood ready in setting up a new recycling centre where we distributed over 5,500 items of clothing, again supporting over 1,000 families. And finally, a point I have made previously tonight is that we understand that the people and families have faced challenges this year as we have suffered an unprecedented pandemic. Digital isolation is a key priority of ours, and that is why we're investing an initial £25,000 into a digital hub to ensure those who need additional support have access to IT equipment and the internet. In partnership with the Citizens Advice, we have funded a support worker who works with residents and families to ensure people are in receipt of the maximum level of support they are entitled to. Over the last 12 months, we have seen an additional £1.4 million being given to residents through the income maximisation scheme. Finally, I am confident that the Conservatives, both locally and nationally, are focused more than ever before to support those most in need. We believe that the best way for people to succeed is to put the mechanisms and support in place to ensure that everyone can live independent lives. This is what we are doing, and this is what we'll continue to do as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dawson. We've got a number of other speakers. I think we will not achieve our 10 p.m. target, but we'll be shortly after there. So, Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak very briefly in favour of this motion.
Good.
I think throughout this evening we've heard reports from Cabinet members and we've read reports from scrutiny chairs. And what is clear that every person in this chamber is doing their very best for the people of Darlington. They want the best and they want to get out of this pandemic in the best state possible. We know that some people have more resources than others. Some people are better placed to survive this pandemic. This motion is about those people at the very bottom. This motion is about the people in the most desperate of need. Those on universal credit do need our help, and this motion seeks to do that. This is in no way detracting from those people helping in schools, in vaccination centres, in old people's homes, with bread and butter thing, with uniforms, etc. This motion is about the very needy in our country, and that is why I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. Councillor Cruddas. Councillor Cruddas. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Even though we had to have a lecture of great socialist principles, I think there's a general sort of requirements from this motion are very laudable. And I think the other thing that we should recognise is the very thing we're talking about, universal credit, has been an absolute boon to us in this year. It's picked up the slack of people that were being made redundant and losing their jobs. And I think across party, it's now recognised that this system is capable of catching people that are in trouble. And I do believe that extending and at least until the end of the pandemic, that these uplifts should be maintained. So I'll be supporting the motion too.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Marshall, and then Councillor Boddy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I start just by congratulating Councillor Linda Hughes on her speech in support of a motion. I thought she hit the nail on the head on quite a lot of things. I am in favour of the current increase to the basic level of universal credit being extended in the short term. I think it's logical and I think it's the right thing to do. The universal credit is there to support people into employment, and until those employment opportunities come back, I think this is the right way forward. I'm also in favour of the level of universal credit being increased in the medium to long term. Universal credit has shown it is better targeted and more efficient at getting support to those who really need it when compared to increasing tax thresholds, for example, and has a greater capacity to tackle poverty. However, it does need to be part of a wider economic strategy where the impact on people in work who will ultimately have to pay for it is also considered. And I don't think it's sensible to just say that the £20 is put on. It'd be nice. We all want as much money as we can get, but I think an increase is laudable. And but as I say, it has to be part of a wider economic strategy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boddy.
Yes, could I just say I support the motion and I think it's a very good motion. I just wanted to point out one slight problem, though. Universal credit is not a great benefit in principle, simply because of the manner in which it's paid. Anyone who worked, as I did, in the front line of paying benefits at the time when we went from weekly to fortnightly payments could have foreseen the problems that there have been with universal credit, and to go over to a monthly payment scheme was a mistake. But obviously, I support in principle the rise that Councillor Hughes refers to.
Thank you, Councillor Boddy. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the Lib Dem MPs are lobbying in Parliament for this, I can see no reason why we don't support the motion. We would like it also to be made a permanent increase rather than just a temporary increase. There is desperate need to look at the whole ethos of the universal credit benefit. It is good that all benefits are accounted for in one place rather than the old system, but there is still flaws in the system.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Clearly, I'm going to support this motion. No surprise there. I don't want to repeat what I said earlier on, but I think that the discussion we're having around this, and Councillor Marshall did allude to it, to give him credit, misses the point. The real thing that we should be considering in the longer term is why there are so many people, and COVID is a particularly problem that's exacerbating it, but notwithstanding that, why there are so many people in our society today dependent on universal credit. There is a deep-seated problem here that would still be here were it not for COVID. COVID has just made it far worse. And as I said, I thank Councillor Marshall for alluding to that. There is a wider discussion that we as a council, we as a society need to have as to why in what is a relatively rich nation, we have so many people that are struggling in their day-to-day lives. The other point I'd like to make is, again, perhaps not surprisingly, I don't quite have the same faith in the Conservatives as Councillor Dalston has, and perhaps that's why I'm in the Labour Party and he's in the Conservative Party. But I'd just like to give one example of why I don't quite have that strength of faith that he does. In these last several months, government has thrown billions and billions and billions of pounds at many things that needed supporting, and quite rightly so. And I guess the Labour government would have probably done much the same if they'd been the government in power. But one thing I've noticed time and time again over the last few months is when there's been a question about we need to support business, the answer from the Conservative MPs has been, yes, we must do it. Let's chuck another 10, 20, 100 billion pounds at businesses. And I would agree they do need supporting because they do provide livelihoods for the country. They keep people with their salaries, they keep people in their homes, they allow people to buy their food, etc., etc. But I noticed there was a difference when it was mooted that we needed to continue universal credit for a period of time because the pandemic was continuing. And what was said immediately was a sucking of teeth and saying, it's going to cost us £6 billion. It'll be a penny on the income tax. That's never said when it's about supporting businesses. And that's why I think there is a real difference between what the Conservatives want to do is to solely support anything to do with business. But when it comes down to individuals and their individual lives, they're very reticent about being as ebullient in supporting them as they are businesses. And finally, and yes, it is a political debate, it is about raw politics. I was quite disgusted at our MP's response to this when it was in the paper, when he said he was basically accusing the council of meddling in national affairs. And damn right, sometimes it is our place to meddle in national affairs. if this council has a view that the government of any power isn't doing the right thing by our residents, we should not sit by and say nothing. We should speak out, because that's what our residents want us to do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Could I bring in Councillor Darian Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're here to vote on a motion to go forward. I understand from everyone's comments that everyone's on the same wave. Now we're getting into a discussion and we're bringing other things into it. I think to move forward that we need to go back to the motion, what we are doing, because I myself have a business and I'm struggling at the moment, but that's something else different to what this motion is about. So that's a total different conversation. We need to go back to the motion and what this is about. So can we just vote for this? That's what everyone else is thinking on this call. So thank you.
Councillor Wright, before I bring the next speaker in, we're in the debate part of this, so people are allowed to have their say, and then we will vote on it when we exhaust the number of people who wish to speak. But did we hold on a second? Councillor Hilary Allen. Councillor Allen, we can't hear you.
Okay, something wrong with my head.
Can't hear you, Councillor Allen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I'd move the microphone a bit closer. Yeah.
I can't get it any closer or it'll be in my mouth and then all you hear is me breathing. Sorry.
We can't have that, can we? Just do your best.
No,
then.
it sounds awful.
Carry on.
I wasn't going to speak, but as party politics has come into this, I feel that I just have to say, whilst the motion is brilliant and obviously will help many people and many deserving people, I'm a little bit concerned about the word permanent. Councillor Marshall alluded to supporting the motion on a temporary basis, and in fact the motion says permanent. But I would on a national level say that the Liberal Democrats have been lobbying for years to get this kind of thing done on a more permanent basis. And we did set out at the outset that we would increase tax purely to pay for things like the increase in the NHS and put towards paying for benefits. So it isn't a new concept that's being considered here today. It's been one that we have been advocating for years. So as I say, I just wanted to put my political point of view,
all right,
seen as other people have been allowed to put theirs.
Okay, if I think, hold on for one. All right, Councillor Cindy Hughes to come in.
Right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion was submitted tonight because we're deeply concerned that in Darlington there are nearly 11,000 people, that's more than 10% of our population, who will suffer an overnight £1,040 cut to their annual incomes with increased risk of being swept into poverty if government does not continue the £20 per week uplift to universal credit. And thousands more will be affected in Darlington if the uplift isn't extended to legacy payments like ESA, job seekers allowance, and income support. The absence of any announcement on the £20 uplift suggests that central government does not intend to extend this lifeline to legacy benefits, meaning that disabled people and carers will be left once again without help as they face rising costs, increased barriers to work, and heightened risks from the pandemic. We know that sick and disabled people and their carers already faced much higher risks of poverty, a situation which has only been made worse by having to face a global pandemic without sufficient support. It's simply not right that families with disabled members here in Darlington and across the country have been more likely to go without essentials including food during this health crisis. I'm heartened that it appears that we speak with a united voice tonight, calling for the £20 uplift to universal credit to be made permanent and for it to be extended to legacy payments. Darlington's watching. We must all rise to the occasion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cindy Hughes. Councillor Linda Hughes to reply to the debate.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself there. I thank you everybody for your contributions and obviously for the support for this motion. I'm not trying to make any party political scoring on this, and I was certainly not having I think the work that we have done in Darlington during the last year, people have really rallied round as far as volunteering, and unfortunately as well, we've seen the rise in food bank use and the bread and butter thing, which it is really good, but at the same time we shouldn't have to have these things. We're the 5th richest nation in the world, and if we can't find £20 for people on universal credit, then what the hell are we doing? So thank you. Please support the motion.
Okay, thank you. The motion has been moved and seconded. There's been discussion. Can I understand who is against the motion? Please raise your electronic hand now. Can I see there are no indications against? Can I see those 4, please? Motion is carried. Item 11, membership changes. Are there any membership changes this evening? No. Thank you, members. That concludes the business of the council meeting, and I apologise for going over my time limit, my 12 minutes. There is no failure, only feedback, and I will try harder next time. But before I go, colleagues, one final thing. I will be seeking to have a virtual mayor's ball, so when you get literature on that, I would appreciate it if you could read it and share it wide and far. And the second thing is I will in March be running a very unique raffle. It will be called the Whiskey Election. I have a bottle of whiskey from Keir Starmer, one from Boris Johnson, one from Caroline Lucas. So thanks to Jenny Chapman, Peter Gibson and Matthew Snedker. I have today written to Ed Davey because I wouldn't want to leave the Liberal Democrats out of this. And I will be encouraging you to sell those tickets. It will be 4 raffles in one. So somebody, whichever bottle raises the most will win the election. And I hope my Conservative colleagues get their checkbooks out because they won't want to be beaten at all. But there you go, some shameless promotion for the mayoral charity. Have a good evening. Is that it, Shirley and Luke? Right, good evening. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Jim Bob.
Good night.